Old school, you so dope, so fly, no lie, and you know, oh God, I got a feeling that I'm about to need her. I'll be real quick.
Good afternoon, good evening, good Monday night, however you want to put it. I think it is Monday. Happy Labor Day. Uh, Guys, we have some things to discuss tonight, and I told you that as I received new information, that I would have a discussion with you guys. So I came across some things doing my own research into what was going on. And before I get into that, Let me speak to the ones who are in here now. Ladybug, hey, I see you are here for it. Demetra, one of our certified dimes. Shout out to you, Demetra Spradley, one of our certified dimes. Sherry Ashley, hey, how you doing? Cecilia Owens, hey, how you doing? Happy Labor Day, good people. Happy Labor Day. We're going to get into this because this is going to get deep tonight. This is definitely going to get deep tonight. You guys saw that I put the disclaimer on the page. Viewer discretion is advised. I would also like to issue a trigger warning for those who may be triggered or may have had something happen to them in the past and could possibly be triggered by the information that is going to be discussed on this channel tonight. So, one thing that happened today, before I get into the actual court documents, because I do have the actual court documents, the lawsuit that contains everything that was said. And contrary to what we all believed, it is actually a lot worse than what we thought. Now, one thing did happen today. Tiffany did come out and she made a statement. I guess you can say it's on Instagram. If you want to call it a statement, we'll say that it is a statement. And what she said was, I know people have a bunch of questions. I get it. I'm right there with you. Unfortunately, because there is an ongoing legal case, there's very little that I can say right now. But clearly, while this sketch was intended to be comedic, it wasn't funny at all. And I deeply regret having agreed to act in it. I really look forward to being able to share a lot more about this situation as soon as I can. She posted this on Instagram today. So this was her statement that she made about this lawsuit and the things that have come out to this point. I see that we have another certified dime in here. We have Teresa Johnson. What is going on, Teresa? How are you? Miss Lady, how are you? The first thing, I am going to give her kudos for even addressing it. I'm going to give her kudos for acknowledging. And I guess I can put it up for you guys, for acknowledging that it wasn't right, that it was a bunch of mess. So we'll give her that. We'll definitely give her that. So here it is again. I know people have a bunch of questions. I get it. I'm right here with you. Unfortunately, because there is an ongoing legal case, there's very little that I can say right now. But clearly, while this sketch was intended to be comedic, it wasn't funny at all. That's what we need to know. And I deeply regret having agreed to act in it. Now, this would make me believe she's here. She's back in the States now. She's back in the States. This would lead me to believe that she is going to say that it was not her idea. She was a part of it, but it was not her idea, because here she's saying she regrets having agreed to act in it. So it sounds like the blame is going to be put on someone else. I really look forward to being able to share a lot more about this situation as soon as I can. What I can say with this particular part is I'm going to give her credit for at least admitting that that video was a bunch of mess. I'm going to give her credit for admitting that it was completely out of pocket. Now, what I'm not giving her credit for is actually apologizing. And I understand that in legal situations, you have to be careful to what you admit to. If you go out and say that you apologize for doing something, then you can't go back if it goes back in court and say, no, I didn't do it, because you apologized for doing it. So that's one thing. So there was a statement put out. There was a statement put out by Tiffany Haddish. So we will give her that. But what we are going to do at this point is get into this lawsuit. I hope you guys are ready to listen. I will briefly show a couple pages or a page or two on the screen, because of the nature of the documents from the lawsuit, and it also has pictures, screenshots, scenes from the video. I'm a little hesitant about putting all of the documents up on the screen, but there is a 31-page lawsuit that was filed, and we do have access to that at this time. So, my. And actually, let me do it this way. Right. That would be like admission of guilt to come out and say, I apologize for what I did to you, especially if you're going to come back and try to say that's not what I did, or I didn't take part, or it wasn't what it seemed, or whatever. Before I get started, for those of you who have not, please make sure you hit that like button. This is going to be a little different from this channel because I usually do not go into legal documents, but because this is a civil case, at this point, we're going to go into it. And because of the nature of it, the alleged goal of this skit, video, sketch, whatever they want to call it, was supposed to be to make people aware of what could happen with children and to not leave their children with certain people. Although I do not believe that that was the actual intention of the video, I'm going to take the video that they used that actually degraded and embarrassed these then kids. I'm going to take it and use it for what it should have been used for in the beginning. So this is going to be this channel's attempt of taking a negative and turning it into a positive so that people will know you do need to be careful about who you leave your children around. And that includes the people that are telling you to be careful with who you leave your children around. So we're going to put our own spin on this and try to turn it into what it should have been. If you want to do a PSA, you have to make sure that you're doing the PSA the right way and not causing any harm to anyone. But I'm not going to get into that today because that, y'all know, that's a whole other conversation for me. So here we go. Like I said, I will not be showing the whole thing on here, and I am actually not. I'm going to keep it small just like that so that you guys can see that I am reading something, but I'm not going to put it big enough for it to show up on the... I guess it is going to be big enough because I have to make it big enough for me to see. Okay. So this is a case of Jane Doe, the plaintiff, versus Tiffany Haddish and Aries Spears, who are listed as the defendants. The complainant for damages. They are suing for intentional infliction of emotional distress, gross negligence, negligent supervision / failure to warn, breach of fiduciary duty, constructive fraud, sexual battery, sexual harassment, and sexual abuse of a minor, and they are demanding a jury trial off the top. Plaintiff Jane Doe, and I'll come back to that later. Plaintiff Jane Doe, individually and on behalf of John Doe, who is Mr. Doe, so this is the sister, 22, and the brother, now 15, allege as follows. 1. Plaintiff Jane Doe was born in 2000. Plaintiff Jane Doe was 14 years old when she was assaulted by Tiffany Haddish and Aries Spears in Los Angeles, California. Mr. Doe was born in 2007. Mr. Doe was 7 years old when assaulted by Tiffany Haddish and Aries Spears in Los Angeles, California. Plaintiff Jane Doe is 22 years old and resides in Nevada. Plaintiff Jane Doe is the legal guardian of Mr. Doe. The name Jane Doe, as utilized in this complaint, is not the actual name of complainant Jane Doe, but is a fictitious name utilized to protect her privacy as a victim of childhood sexual harassment, molestation, abuse, and assault. The name John Doe is utilized in this complaint is not the actual name of Mr. Doe, but is a fictitious name utilized to protect his privacy as a victim of childhood sexual harassment, molestation, abuse, and assault. Before I go into this, I have seen a few videos in the last couple of days that alleges that people that are close to at least Tiffany are supposed to be coming out and putting these the plaintiff's names out there. They want to expose them. I don't know what type of person or people you are claiming to be to want to expose a 15-year-old boy. The young lady is grown at this point, but a 15-year-old boy, because you don't like the fact that they filed a lawsuit, that's a problem. That's a problem. I don't know what in the world you think you will get accomplished or what that is going to do for anybody to expose a 15-year-old boy. But let's move on. Tiffany Haddish is an American actress, comedian, and author. After guest starring on several television series, she gained prominence for her role as Nikisha Williams on the NBC sitcom The Carmichael Show. Haddish worked and appeared on the popular website Funny or Die, where the soft porn molestation video of Mr. Doe was showcased. Aries Spears is an American stand-up comedian, actor, and writer. Spears was an actor on Fox sketch comedy series Mad TV. Spears worked and appeared on the popular website Funny or Die, where the soft video of Mr. Doe was showcased. Jurisdiction and venue. This is explaining to you guys why they live in Nevada and why they are filing this suit in Los Angeles. Haddish and Spears collectively, defendants, purposely availed themselves to Los Angeles, California jurisdiction and this court's venue because all or a substantial portion of the events or omissions giving rise to the claims occurred in Los Angeles, California. Additionally, upon information and belief, Los Angeles, California is the domicile of defendants at the time these events occurred. Facts common to all causes of action. Plaintiffs knew Haddish as a longtime friend of their mother. This lawsuit in itself is going to answer a lot of questions that people have and a lot of allegations and a lot of assumptions that people were making about this whole situation. So I want you guys to listen because your questions will be answered in detail. Haddish would come over to the plaintiff's house frequently and pick up their mother for comedy shows. Upon information and belief, Haddish groomed plaintiffs after initiating contact with them. As a result of Haddish and Spears' actions, the plaintiffs are both traumatized for life. Haddish brought 14-year-old plaintiff Jane Doe to a Hollywood studio to film a sexually suggestive Subway's commercial. Haddish brought the plaintiffs to Spears' home, where Spears molested Mr. Doe on film. Mr. Doe was groomed and molested by Haddish and Spears. Mr. Doe was groomed, groped, molested, and sexually assaulted by Spears, and was aided, abetted, and filmed by David Spates. So we were wondering all this time who the camera person was. Now we know who the camera person was, David Spates. He was filmed by David Spates. The molestation video was uploaded and published to the website Funny or Die in 2014 and was not removed from the internet until May 2021. Now, we were told that it was removed from the website in 2018, but it wasn't removed or scrubbed from the internet until 2021. And as we can see, it's still on the internet. So it wasn't completely scrubbed from the internet. The plaintiffs were both minors and were incapable of consenting to participate in sexually graphic videos distributed and published via Funny or Die's platform. There was no parent or guardian present, nor parent or guardian signature or agreements to let the children participate in the taping of the sexually explicit video or the uploading of the sexually explicit video. So for those of you who were saying that the mom gave them permission, that is not so. Please do not tell those stories on this mom. Please. Tiffany Haddish forces plaintiff Miss Doe to give fellatio. In the early summer of 2013, plaintiff Jane Doe was enrolled in a comedy camp at the Laugh Factory. The camp was for kids to meet, socialize, practice telling jokes, and step outside their respective comfort zones. Haddish was a guest speaker at the camp and told plaintiff Jane Doe she had a perfect role for her. Haddish only told plaintiff Jane Doe's mother a redacted and completely minimal explanation of the skit plaintiff Jane Doe would take part in. Neither plaintiff Jane Doe nor her mother knew what the skit would be about. Only Spears and Haddish knew the storyline for the skit. Haddish picked up plaintiff Jane Doe. Haddish picked up plaintiff Jane Doe on the date of the shoot in her car, put the top down, and grabbed lunch to calm plaintiff Jane Doe's nerves. Once at the studio, it was dark enough that plaintiff Jane Doe could not make out anyone's faces. A video began playing in the recording studio of an older man and a college-age woman arguing over a Subway sandwich. The video continued with the older man and the college-age woman eating the sandwich simultaneously from either end, similar to the Lady and the Tramp, with the spaghetti. However, grotesquely shoving as much sandwich as they could into their mouths and getting toward each other's respective mouths. The two were moaning and making sexual noises as they both ate the sandwich in a manner that simulated the act of fellatio. Spears then told plaintiff Jane Doe that he wanted her to mimic what she had seen on the screen, including the noises precisely like what she heard throughout the video. Plaintiff Jane Doe, nervous and disgusted, didn't say anything until Haddish came into the room next to her and sat down. Haddish verbally explained what was expected of plaintiff Jane Doe, and then showed plaintiff Jane Doe how to give fellatio, including movements, noises, moaning, and groaning. Upon information and belief, Haddish coached a minor in giving simulated fellatio while Spears watched. Upon information and belief, Haddish coached a minor in giving simulated fellatio while Spears watched. I don't know if that was actually something that they recorded or if that was done to merely pleasure Spears. It does not say specifically. Physically, emotionally, and mentally uncomfortable, plaintiff Jane Doe mimicked the acts that Haddish and Spears wanted her to do so she could go home. Haddish and Spears left the minor, plaintiff Jane Doe, with no other option but to submit. Coercion. After the scene, Haddish paid plaintiff Jane Doe $100 and sent her home. In the summer of 2013, Haddish solicited plaintiff Jane Doe, who was 14 years old, to engage in the production of a suggestive video. Until this point, Haddish was a role model to this 14-year-old victim. Upon information and belief, Haddish groomed the child victim, gained her trust, and created a false sense of security. Haddish stated that this was her way of helping the child victim get on television and that the video could be added to the child's film reel. Let me blow this up so I can see it a little bit better. Upon information and belief, Haddish performed a similar scene in her movie Girls Trip, where plaintiff Jane Doe unlocked a repressed memory and realize the severity of what happened to her. I'm going to stop right there because this is what I was telling you guys about yesterday, about situations that can unlock a repressed memory, a memory that your mind unintentionally, well, for you, it's subconscious, a subconscious thing. You don't even realize it happens. It's your mind, it's your body's way of protecting you from a traumatic event, so that event gets locked away. So what this young lady was saying before is that she forgot about this stuff, didn't really understand the magnitude of it until she saw Girls Trip, and it unlocked that memory that had been repressed for so many years. This is what this lawsuit is speaking of at this particular time. So again, upon information and belief, Haddish performed a similar scene in her movie Girls Trip, where plaintiff Jane Doe unlocked a repressed memory and realized the severity of what happened to her. Upon information and belief, Haddish groomed the 14-year-old victim and feigned having her best interests in mind. Haddish sexually molested and traumatized a 14-year-old victim for her gain, both monetarily and commercially. Haddish forced a 14-year-old victim to perform simulated fellatio to record commercial sex acts and the production of child pornography. Haddish knew the child was under 18 and sexually exploited plaintiff Jane Doe for profit and likes on social media. Now it goes into Tiffany Haddish and Aries and John Doe. In summer 2014, Haddish offered to book, arrange, and film Mr. Doe content for a Nickelodeon sizzle reel at the home of Spears. Haddish claimed the reel would be used to book Mr. Doe on Nickelodeon. When they arrived at Spears' home, Haddish told plaintiff Jane Doe that she needed Mr. Doe for a Nickelodeon skit, and they had to separate for this. Upon information and belief, Haddish and Spears removed the 7-year-old victim from his sister, placed him upstairs in a bedroom, and stripped the child down to his underwear. The video was entitled Through a Pedo's Eyes and shows Spears lusting over the 7-year-old child and molesting him throughout the video. Haddish was present during the filming of the entire video and aided, abetted, and watched Spears sexually molest a child. Like I said, there are pictures that are actually in here. The ones that I'm going to go as far as I can go. And if I have to take it off the screen, then I will take it off the screen. But right now, I'm going to try to leave it as small as possible. And maybe we can still get through this thing. Here is a video explanation of Spears doing something to John Doe. The video begins with Haddish holding Mr. Doe in his underwear, grasping the child's buttocks like a maternal figure, as pictured below. Let me skip past that real quick. Haddish leaves the child with Spears to watch the child because she has some place to be. Once Haddish is out of sight, Spears, the pedo, leers at the child lustfully. He winks at the child as a foreshadowing of what is to come. The scene changes to Mr. Doe playing on the floor with some toys, still stripped to his underwear, with Spears sitting on the couch right next to the child. Spears is reading a newspaper, and when he drops some of the pages to the ground, he is left with one sheet with 2 cutout eye holes to stare at the 7-year-old child's body. Spears opens his eyes as big as possible to make his stares lustful at this 7-year-old child, as pictured below. Right here, you guys see him with the eyes cut into the newspaper, looking at the child. The cameraman, and this was a problem that I had. The cameraman now zoomed in for a close-up on the 7-year-old child's buttocks in underwear, showing Spears' visual focus on visualizing the minor. This picture is the one that I was referring to, where it made it seem like he may have had thongs on. The child's buttocks remain in the camera's focus for a few seconds. Let me try to, oh my, I can't get, I'm going to take this off for a minute and read it. The child's, I'm going to just say behind, remains in the camera's focus for a few seconds and then zooms in with Spears constantly staring at the child, waiting for his time to strike. As the scene progresses, the child lies on his back and spreads his legs wide in the air. The cameraman zooms in and out on the child's crotch. And Spears looks directly at the child's crotch for an extended period. Lord have mercy. Spears licks his lips and sticks his tongue through one of the eye holes of the newspaper he is looking through while staring at the 7-year-old's crotch, as pictured below. The 7-year-old is then shown holding a toy train and was coached to rub the train in an up and down motion, simulating masturbation. The scene is slowed down to make sure the 7-year-old's motion is known to the audience and shows precisely what Haddish and Spears are portraying. And they put a picture in there of that as well with the train that we mentioned on yesterday. When the scene changes, not yesterday, the other day, Spears is holding a bottle of baby oil. Spears then shakes the bottle in a masturbation manner, squirting oil on the child's back. Spears then massages the oil onto the child's back and massages the child's shoulders. And they show a picture, 2 pictures of that as well. Then they jump to the bathtub scene. Now, this is where I said it gets a little bit deeper, because the understanding that I think a lot of us had as them just simulating things, you would think that this little boy would still be in his underwear, where according to this little boy, they stripped him all the way down naked. So in this bathtub scene, he was completely naked. Let me continue on. The scene cuts to Haddish watching the child in the bathtub, who is now nude. She is staring at the child until Spears comes into the bathroom and Haddish leaves the room once again. It is just Spears, the nude child, and the cameraman in the room together. Spears sits on the edge of the tub next to the nude child and stares at the child playing with toys in the tub. Spears once again is peering through 2 holes cut out of a newspaper. The cameraman zooms in on the child bathing himself. They have a picture of that. Spears picks up the child's toy, watering can, and pours water on the child's arms and head. Spears then picks up bubbles and puts them on the child. Now we're going to go into another violation that I didn't even pay any attention to. Spears then grabs the nude child's leg, firmly lifting the leg, and begins to pour water over the nude child's feet as the cameraman zooms in on the child's feet. They have a picture of that as well. So this is another incident within an incident where once again he put his hands on the 7-year-old boy. Spears then sits on the tub's edge again and rolls over into. Give me 1 second, y'all. Again, if you have not hit that like button, please make sure you hit that like button because we're getting into this tonight. Spears then hits the tub's edge again and rolls over into the bathtub with the nude child. Let me repeat that. He sits on the tub's edge again and rolls over into the bathtub with the nude child. Spears is lying on his side in the bathtub with the nude 7-year-old victim. Now listen. Spears then grabs the nude child by his arms and forces the child closer to him in the tub. They also have a picture of that as well in the documents. They then go to the kitchen scene. The scene switches to a kitchen scene. A kitchen setting with the child in Haddish's arms. Haddish again leaves the child alone with Spears. The child reads a comic book on the floor and begins to imitate the pedo actions of Spears. This is where they start making it appear as if the little boy is gay. The child releases most of the comic book pages until all that remains, the last page where eye holes are cut out, and the child is now leering at Spears. They have a picture of that in their documents. Aries Spears is now shirtless and wearing shorts rolled up to the crotch area, and the child is forced to leer at Spears' primarily nude body. They have a picture of that. And I'm going to actually let you see that part because it's not showing the child, is showing Spears. So let me just put that up here really quick. So this is how Spears is looking in this part of the video. This is the boy with the newspaper, and he's looking at Spears. Okay. The child is portrayed as leering lustfully at Spears, just as Spears did to the child in earlier scenes. The scene cuts, and the child holds the bottle of baby oil that Spears used on him to rub oil onto his back in the previous scenes. The child begins to squirt oil onto Spears's nude upper torso, neck, and arm, and rubs the oil onto Spears. Now you got another violation, because you have made this 7-year-old go and put this oil on you and physically touch and manipulate you. They have pictures of that as well. The video ends with watch who you leave your kids with as pictured below. They have a picture of that as well. Absolutely, Dom. Absolutely, they played. My mind's telling me no, but my body's telling me yes, and I believe that ultimately they are going to end up paying for that. After that message, there is a link to Spears' YouTube channel, website, and social media accounts, including Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and Vine, as pictured below, and it has a copy of that. Now I'm going to bring this back on the screen because I think that may be, we can get through this without the pictures for the most part. Timeline of the video filming. On or about August 4th, 2014, the plaintiff's mother was contacted by Haddish. Again, you guys are going to get the details that people have been asking about. You don't need to assume. We're going to go over the details right here. Was contacted by Haddish for John Doe to film the skit. Haddish provided little to no details as to what the skit was about. She only said it was a sizzle reel for Nickelodeon. With Haddish being a close friend, the mother saw no issue. Plaintiff's mother dropped off her 7-year-old son, Mr. Doe, and her 14-year-old daughter, plaintiff Jane Doe, to chaperone her little brother. After filming, Mr. Doe called his mother crying, saying he did not want to film anymore. The mother contacted Haddish so she could pick up her children, but Haddish stated that she was already on her way back to drop the children home. Upon information and belief, Haddish and Spears gave both minors cash for the filming. On or about August 5th, 2014, plaintiff's mother contacted Haddish about seeing the footage. Haddish said to contact Spears for the footage. Upon contacting Spears for the footage, he stated that he would edit the footage and then get back to her. On or about August 7th, 2014, the mother contacted Spears again about the footage and was told that he had filmed a lot of projects and had not edited the footage yet. On or about August 9th, 2014, the mother contacted Spears about the footage, to which he said that he was very behind in editing and would get back to her. On or about August 11th, 2014, The mother contacted Spears about the footage, to which he said the footage was still not edited. The mother then asked for the unedited footage because she still had no idea what was filmed that made her son cry. Spears said he would get back to the mother about the unedited footage. The mother then contacted Haddish about the footage, who said that she did not have a copy of the footage. The mother then asked Haddish what the skit was about, to which she said it was just a Nickelodeon comedy skit. The mother asked what type of Nickelodeon comedy skit would make her son cry, and Haddish stated it was supposed to be a funny skit, but Mr. Doe kept crying during filming. On or about August 13, 2014, the mother contacted Spears about the footage, to which Spears said that Mr. Doe was so uncooperative that the footage was unusable and was deleted. Herein lies one of the main problems. We have a lot of people that were saying that the mom should be held responsible and the mom should have did this and the mom should have done that. This mom was on top of this. They were lying to her. They continued to lie to her throughout the entire ordeal. Up till this day, it still does not seem as if they told this mom the truth. And as we read earlier in this document, the video was posted online in 2014. The people who own the website found out about it through gossip, and they went and looked and saw that it was completely inappropriate. They took it down in 2018, and it was taken off the internet in 2021, just last year. And as we see, it was not completely scrubbed because we were able to see it. We were able to see it. They weren't random people, Dom. This was one of the mom's friends. Tiffany and this mom were close. They referred to this woman as their aunt. This was their auntie. They weren't strangers. If you go back, Tiffany had been to their house. This wasn't the second. She has been around them, so she wasn't strangers to them. That's why she was able to go back and take the child home at the end. They weren't strangers. That's how she had access to the kids. We can say that I'm seeing what you're saying, but again, I'm realistic. And again, I'm going to say people leave their children with people that are not related to them. I watch people's kids that are not related to me. I keep people's kids. I take them on trips. I do a lot of stuff with youth that have absolutely no relationship with me whatsoever. And their parents instill their trust in me and they expect me to do the right thing. So I'm not going to go and try to get on this mom for trying to do something for her kids, thinking that somebody that was close to her was going to do the right thing. And because Tiffany had a relationship with them, this is why she has the charges that she had. This is why. I'm going to go back up. And I can't see all you guys' comments, but I'm looking from my phone and I see Keish put, people leave kids with neighbors that they trust because some don't have family that they trust. Exactly. That's the one thing that I want to say about this is that a lot of people aren't being realistic. And also at the time, I see Lisa, yes, she also sent, her daughter was actually 15 at that time when she sent the daughter to help watch the brother. And they told the daughter that she couldn't stay with the boy and they took him to a completely different room. So they basically, what the mom did to try to put some protection in place, they just evaded all of that and took him away from the sister. So she didn't know exactly what was going on. So my thing is, I'm going to skip back up real quick. Let's go back up to the top to the charges. These aren't charges that you're getting by being some stranger to somebody's kids. Intentional infliction of emotional distress, that could be, but gross negligence, negligent supervision, because they were in Tiffany's care. She was responsible for them at the time. The mom put them in her care, so she was responsible. This is why they're charging her with negligent supervision and failure to warn. And they're in breach of fiduciary duty. That means that you were in charge of them. You were the adult, the authoritarian, the person in charge of them, the custodial person in charge of them at that time, and you breached that duty as that person. That's how they're able to come at her with that type of allegation. So Tiffany knows exactly why this stuff has been put out here against her like this, and understand that everything doesn't apply to both of them. But the thing is, because she took those kids into her custody, they were her responsibility at that time. This is why these complaints have been filed. If you don't plan on taking care of people's children when they are in your care, then you do not need to be around them at all. Do not be around anybody's children if you do not plan on taking care of them and treating them as if they are your own. If you don't have that in you, then don't get near them. And if that's the way that you would treat your own, then you got a deeper problem. And you don't need to be around anybody's kids. Period. No, Dom, that's the other thing. He was in his underwear in the other part. When they put him in the tub, he was naked. They took his clothes all the way off. He was completely naked in that tub. Completely naked. They have violated and crossed the line in so many ways. So many ways. And this is the reason why I actually wanted to go over these documents with you guys, because we look at the thing and people still saying it. They're still saying, it wasn't really this and it wasn't really that. That's BS. That's BS. It was enough that you took him down to his underwear, but now we're finding out that you got him in this tub with no clothes on, and then this rusty behind man gets in the tub with this boy. And then you're putting your hands on him in the tub. And then you pull him in closer to you, and he has no clothes on. What is wrong with you? I can't get back because I get on my soapbox again. Let me go back to this timeline. Let's go back to this timeline. Spears is called out on social media for being a pedo. On or about, now you guys are starting to see how stuff takes place. This wasn't about Lizzo. I know people love the conspiracy theories, and that's all well and good. If you want to believe that it's a conspiracy theory, hey, have at it. It's bigger than that. On or about June 18th, 2018, 4 years after being misled about the existence of the footage, the mother received an alert from Gossip, which is a celebrity news website. Upon information and belief, the witness covered a story about Spears arguing with a woman about comments he made. The woman then exposed Spears about filming a video called Mind of a Pedo, the video with Mr. Doe that was allegedly deleted. This is how it comes to the forefront. On or about June 18, 2018, the mother contacted Spears after learning that the skit was not deleted, as Spears had originally told her 4 years prior, when she kept asking about the video and demanding to see the video to find out why her child was so upset. Spears was unapologetic and even made light of the video. The mother reminded Spears that he told her that the footage of her son had been deleted. Spears said that the video being spoken about was clips that he salvaged of Mr. Doe that he put together. You did not have her permission. And if those were mere clips, then what in the HELL? What else did you do to that little boy if these were mere clips, just clips of what you did to him? You should have kept that to yourself. The mother, upset, stated that she would have never let her son participate in a pedo child P skit. Spears told the mother that Haddish knew about the completed video and participated in the video itself. There you have it. He has officially thrown Haddish under the bus. Okay. This was in, again, June 18th, 2018. Spears told the mother that Haddish knew about the completed video and participated in the video herself. The mother contacted Haddish, who denied knowledge of the video, although we all saw her in the video. Once the mother told Haddish that she knew Haddish participated in the video where her son's clothes were off, Haddish said it was just dark comedy. On or about January 25th, 2019, through August 29th, 2019, the mother and Haddish went through many exchanges trying to correct the injustice of this disturbing child P video. Haddish replied with a mix of false hope for a struggling mother and tossed insults. This is what I was saying before. She knew that the mom did not have the money that she had, so they just treated that mom like a peasant, knowing that she could not afford to go against them in court. This is why when the mom attempted to file the lawsuit with the $15,000 settlement, it didn't go anywhere. And Haddish knew that. And now she's being put in the place today. Now this video is out in the public and it has hit mainstream. Now she's being forced to come and make a statement. That statement should have been made a long time ago. It should not have gone this far. That mother nor those kids should have had to come after her. If you're wrong, say you're wrong, move on. Try to fix the darn problem and go about your business. Don't sit there and try to make people feel stupid when they're telling you that they feel that you did something to violate their children. That's just Plaintiff Jane Doe's experience since her and her brother's station. There's an M in front of that. Plaintiff Jane Doe was removed from the filming Well, darn. Okay, so this is something that was not stated before. So they actually had the daughter in the video as well. Huh. Yeah. Plaintiff Jane Doe was removed from all the filming of the pedo video, but was present in the home when the taping occurred. Plaintiff Jane Doe was hurt and shocked. No, Dom K. She was they did a separate video of her in 2013. They filmed her in 2013 performing fellatio. Completely different video. Completely different time. It was a year later. This is the first time in this particular lawsuit that they mentioned that on this particular, and they don't say that it happened on this day, but it can be just looking at it, one would think that it's on the same day because it says Plaintiff Jane Doe was removed from all the filming of this video, but was present in the home when the taping occurred. Plaintiff Jane Doe was hurt and shocked that Haddish, someone she looked up to and thought loved her as a family member. This is the young lady talking. This is not the mom talking. That's what I'm saying. This was not a stranger to them. This is this young girl talking, saying that she loved Haddish as a family member. Again, not a stranger. She was not a stranger to these kids. Plaintiff Jane Doe was hurt and shocked that Haddish, someone she looked up to and thought loved her as a family member, could do something like this to her or her brother. Upon information and belief, Haddish would visit Plaintiff Jane Doe's house and speak with her often. Haddish would call plaintiff Jane Doe for every birthday and every Christmas. Haddish would call and check up on plaintiff Jane Doe even when Haddish was filming movies. Similar to the manner in which Ghislaine Maxwell groomed young girls for Jeffrey Epstein, upon information and belief, Haddish made plaintiff Jane Doe feel comfortable and special. But this was all a grooming tactic by Haddish to entice and coerce both children into filming sexually explicit and child P skits. Upon information and belief, Haddish and Spears took advantage and stole the youth of a 7-year-old child and a 14-year-old child. Plaintiff Jane Doe stated that she gained a lot of weight because she did not want to be attracted to her and possibly take advantage of her again. I want to pause. I'm gonna pause on that right there really quick, because I have spoken to the people on my channel, my subscribers. They know what my story is and what I went through when I was young. I can speak to this directly, where she says she stated she gained a lot of weight because she did not want anyone to be attracted to her and possibly take advantage of her again. I had a similar response. I was a tomboy. So I dressed down. I didn't dress up. I didn't put on all this girly stuff because I didn't want anybody to see me in that way. Because whatever I did that made my cousin do whatever he decided to do to me, I didn't want to, whatever I was giving off, I didn't want to give that off to anybody else. So I wasn't wearing the girly stuff that could possibly make somebody look at me in that manner. So I can completely understand whenever she talks about gaining weight because she didn't want anyone to be attracted to her. That's a defense mechanism. That's a defense technique. In the mind of a child, this is one way that you think you can defend yourself from a lot of the stuff that's going on. Like, nobody else can defend you. Maybe if I do this, maybe they won't look at me. Maybe they won't pay me any attention. Maybe they'll go and look at the skinny girl and won't be attracted to the bigger girl and won't be attracted to this skinny girl anymore. Maybe me being small is what made them look at me. So let me change that up. If I got long hair, let me cut my hair off because maybe it was my long hair that made them look at me a certain way. You have so many things going in your mind. If they ever said anything about your breasts being big or whatever, then maybe I'll go and I can wear sports bras and wear tight, not even minimizing devices or underwear to minimize what I have so people can't even see what I have. So maybe that'll take that attention off me and they'll put it on somebody else. This is the thinking of a child that is trying to figure out a way to protect herself. So this, I completely get. Plaintiff Jane Doe feels constant remorse knowing that she was only a few feet away when Spears was molesting her 7-year-old little brother in the other room. So now you've left this child feeling guilty. Even though she's an adult now, you have left her feeling guilty because her brother was right there and there was nothing that she could do because you told her that she couldn't be in the room with her 7-year-old brother. Plaintiff Jane Doe is 22 years of age now and has never dated. She is scared that she will be taken advantage of again and led down a path of false trust like the path that Haddish led her down. Plaintiff Jane Doe has developed a social disorder that prevents socializing and making friends. Plaintiff Jane Doe does not trust anyone and has no friends due to the actions of Haddish and Spears. So now you have left her with a social anxiety disorder behind your foolishness. Mr. Doe has developed a social disorder, depression and anxiety. With all three of those things, I would jump out there and say again that he now has PTSD. Mr. Doe says to himself, Mr. Doe stays to himself, Mr. Doe stays in his room at home and places band-aids over the cameras on his electronics for fear of being watched or recorded. So not only is he getting anxious with these devices, but now you have this young man, now 15 years old, now you have him paranoid. Justified, but still paranoid nonetheless. Mr. Doe does not take pictures anymore for any occasion because his molestation was filmed. Haddish and Spears' impact on John Doe. After discovering the existence of the P skit, Miss Doe immediately enrolled Mr. Doe in herself in therapy. Thank you. This goes into the conversation that we were having the other day about them not going to therapy. This is what I'm trying to show you guys. This is not a mom that does not care about her kids. It's definitely not a mom that doesn't care about her kids. You do what you can when you can. After discovering the existence of the pedo skit, Miss Doe immediately enrolled this is Miss Doe is the sister. I'm sorry. Immediately enrolled Mr. Doe and herself in therapy. So the sister enrolled herself and her brother in therapy, remembering that the sister now has custody of her brother. While in therapy, Mr. Doe wrote a statement explaining the impact of defendants' actions. John Doe wrote in the relevant part, and I quote, "I think it's important to get this out of my system because what they did to me really upped me up bad. I don't got no friends. I don't trust nobody. I'm scared of adults. I refuse to be recorded or take pictures because I am scared of weird adults trying to do nasty stuff to me again. I spend all of my time in my room and do not go anywhere because I don't trust anybody. I do not like the way Tiffany treated me after I did everything her and her friend made me do. She tricked me into some gay with her friend and upped my life up. I am not gay. And they tried to make me gay. And her friend made me do gay stuff with him. I had to kick and scream and cry. And Tiffany came and told me to let him touch me. When I kept crying, Tiffany got mad at me, told me to get dressed, and took me home. I remember her yelling at me in the car, telling me that I would never get on TV acting like that. Press pause. Again, this is one of the things that we had been talking about. This is one of the things that we had been talking about them portraying that this little boy was gay. And we said we wondered how it affected him. Well, this is what he told his therapist. This is exactly how it affected him. You went and did this stuff to this little boy, and then you're going to turn around and you're going to try to make him question his own sexuality with your foolish antics, and y'all think this is okay. I'm going to go back. Y'all know I don't curse like that, so you got to fill in the gaps wherever you may, but we're going to read this again because this is powerful, and this has absolutely nothing to do with a lawsuit. This is what he is telling his therapist. And keep in mind, I don't know if he was 15 when he wrote this, when he said this to his therapist, but he's 15 now. And this is the mind of a teenager at this point. I think it's important to get this out of my system because what they did to me really upped me up bad. I don't got no friends. I don't trust nobody. I'm scared of adults. I refuse to be recorded or take pictures because I am scared of what weird adults trying to do. Scared of weird adults trying to do nasty stuff to me again. I spend all of my time in my room and don't go anywhere because I don't trust anybody. I don't like the way Tiffany treated me after I did everything her and her friend made me do. She tricked me into some gay SHIT with her friend and F my life up. I am not gay, and they tried to make me gay. And her friend made me do gay stuff with him. I had to kick and scream and cry, and Tiffany came and told me to let him touch me. When I kept crying, Tiffany got mad with me, told me to get dressed, and took me home. I remember her yelling at me in the car, telling me that I would never get on TV acting like that. And let's not forget that in an interview, let's not forget that he also alleged that they gave him some type of drink that made him sleepy, and they also gave him happy pills. Let's go on. Oh, we're about to get to it now. This is still the statement that he made during therapy. I remember I still felt sleepy from the drink and happy face candy they gave me and fell asleep in the car. This is on a whole other level. This is on a whole other level. This is not about somebody just trying to make somebody laugh and just had a lapse in judgment and just did a bad skit. No, absolutely not. Absolutely, positively not. He said, I remember I still felt sleepy from the drink and happy face candy they gave me and fell asleep in the car. When we got home, she told me to tell my mom that I had a nice time and gave me and my sister $100. Tiffany always called and talked to me and my sister, but after my mom found out about the video, she stopped calling us. I hate Tiffany and her friend for trying to do gay stuff with me. Now that I am older, I understand that it was not my fault. Lord have mercy. You know what? Okay. Now that I am older, I understand that it is not my fault and that I am not gay just because they were on some gay SHIT. I hate my life. I hate that I don't got no friends. I don't do video chat. I don't go anywhere because I don't want nobody to say I'm the gay boy in the video because I am not gay. Tiffany friend gay and he liked little boys. I feel ashamed that I was not big enough to fight back when they took my clothes off and made me take a bath with a grown A man, do nasty stuff, and rub his back. I am scared to make friends or go anywhere with my mom's friends. I don't want to show my face because I don't know who's seen the video. I think it is real effed up that they would do that to me because I was just a little kid. They pretend to be nice to me and touch my body and made me do nasty stuff because they nasty, not me. I know now that they are effed up for what they did to me, and none of this is my fault. I'm gonna sit on that for a minute. Okay. What I'm going to do on this part is I'm going to blow this up because I want to make sure y'all can see this. And I'm just going to go over this part again, because it hits home whenever something happens to somebody, especially someone young, and it wasn't something that they asked for and weren't old enough to understand. And now that they're older, they're having to convince themselves that it's not their fault. This is what she did to this little boy. I remember I still felt sleepy from the drink and happy face candy they gave me and fell asleep in the car. When we got home, she told me to tell my mom that I had a nice time and gave me and my sister $100. Tiffany always called and talked to me and my sister, but after my mom found out about the video, she stopped calling us. I hate Tiffany and her friend for trying to do gay stuff with me. Now that I am older, I understand that it was not my fault and that I am not gay just because they were on some gay it. I hate my life. I hate that I don't got no friends. I don't do video chat. I don't go anywhere because I don't want nobody to say I'm the gay boy in the video because I'm not gay. Tiffany friend gay and he likes little boys. I feel ashamed that I was not big enough to fight back when they took my clothes off and made me take a bath with a grown man, do nasty stuff, and rub his back. I am scared to make friends or go anywhere with my mom's friends, and I don't want to show my face because I don't know who's seen the video. I think it was real effed up that they would do that to me because I was just a little kid. They pretend to be nice to me and touch my body and made me do nasty stuff because they nasty, not me. I know now that they are effed up for what they did to me, and none of this is my fault. So now we're going to get into the mother's reaction. Plaintiff's mother's reaction after finding out about both videos. We had a question last night, or a statement about the mom not being angry. And I was trying to explain that the word angry does not have to be listed because the other feelings and the other emotions that were felt, when you all put those together, that is actually more than being angry. Just being angry doesn't really say anything. You're mad, so what? This mom went through something. Plaintiff's mother has been distraught, immensely sad, depressed, shocked, cold, numb, nauseous, and suicidal for trusting Haddish with her children. Plaintiff's mother felt disregarded, disrespected, and deceived by Haddish, someone she considered a sister and her children considered an auntie. In the days, weeks, and months after Plaintiff's mother found out about the molestation of her son, Plaintiff's mother went through turmoil. Plaintiff's mother lost her job and her sanity. She broke out into hives constantly. Her hair began to fall out, and she began binge eating, followed by purging, also known as bulimia. Plaintiff's mother's suicidal thoughts increased as the days went on, and the thoughts became more severe and frequent. Plaintiff's mother has described herself as being a shell of who she once was, and her family members have talked her out of suicide on numerous occasions. Plaintiff's mother felt that she failed as a mother for trusting Haddish and temporarily taking care of her children, failing to protect her children from being molested by both Haddish and Spears, and feels taken advantage of by a close family friend, Haddish, who sacrificed her children for fame. Plaintiff's mother has noticed changes in her children as time passed since the molestation. The day Haddish asked the two children to film something for Nickelodeon, which ended up being molestation, was the last day that Plaintiff's mother has seen her children happy about anything. Plaintiff's mother noticed that was the day her children stopped being children. Plaintiff's mother was in mental turmoil. She had lost her job. Her mother was murdered. And she was facing homelessness with two minor children. Because of these conditions and out of pure desperation, Plaintiff's mother made poor choices without the advice of counsel. She was not in an appropriate position to advocate for the best interests of Plaintiff Jane Doe and John Doe. This is evident following the text message exchanges between Plaintiff's mother and Haddish, and the money loaned to Plaintiff's mother by Haddish after learning of the existence of the molestation video. Let me stop for a minute, because you did this to this woman's children, and she has to borrow money from you. You did this to this woman's children, and she had to borrow money from you. She had to get a loan from you. You knew what you did. You knew what her situation was. You knew what she was going through. And she had to borrow money from you after what you did to her and her family. However, when Plaintiff's mother was back on her feet sometime after and no longer in financial straits, she offered to pay back Miss Haddish all the money loaned to her. Miss Haddish refused that payment. I wonder why. In no way was Plaintiff's mother attempting to extort or barter Miss Haddish. She foolishly thought that they were friends and Haddish would have Plaintiff's mother's best interest in mind. We move on to Plaintiff's mother's fragile mental state and clouded judgment concerning the failed settlement agreement. On or about July 20th, 2018, without the assistance of counsel, Plaintiff's mother attempted to engage in a settlement with Spears concerning the molestation video of Mr. Doe. Plaintiff's mother simply wanted the nightmare to end and attempted the settlement through mental anguish. So she was requesting compensation for mental anguish. The settlement agreement laid out the following terms. 1. In exchange for $15,000, Plaintiff's mother was to indemnify or settle out with Spears for what he did to Mr. Doe. However, there was no guardian ad litem when there should have been due to plaintiff's mother's mental state and Mr. Doe's age. This is the reason now that the sister is doing this. This is why the sister has legal guardianship of her brother. Because at that particular time, because of the mom's mental state, then that child should have had a guardian ad litem, someone to step in during these legal proceedings to act as a legal guardian for him. She barely could take care of herself and make her own decisions after learning about the molestation, let alone represent herself and Mr. Doe in a settlement agreement. The settlement agreement has no binding legal effect. The settlement release and confidentiality agreement have no binding legal effect on either Haddish or the two minor children. The terms of the agreement do not include Haddish as a party. Haddish insinuated she wanted no part of the Spears settlement agreement via text. It is evident that Ms. Haddish fully participated in the skit and solicited and recruited Mr. Doe for the child pedo skit. Haddish at no point in time indicated that she wanted to be included in the attempted settlement agreement between Spears and plaintiff's mother. The agreement is invalid as to the two minor children, Mr. Doe and Jane Doe, because of their minor status when it was signed. Under California law, a settlement for a minor is not valid unless a court approves it. A settlement for a minor is not valid unless a court approves it. So that means no dealings under the table. The agreement was never presented to a superior court as the law requires for it to become a binding minors compromise. Again, there was nothing that was thrown out. The mom just did not know any better, and she was literally not in the right state of mind to be trying to handle that on her own. And I think they knew that and they took advantage of that. Further, a minor must be represented by a guardian ad litem in any court proceeding. The minor children were not represented by guardian ad litem who could look out for their best interests. Plaintiff's mother negotiated the agreement after this molestation and was both ill-informed and legally unsound. And again, they knew that. There was no trust set up for the two minor children as is contemplated by Probate Code 3602. Again, they knew that. They knew that. First cause of action. So this is actually now getting ready to go into the allegations, the actual charges that they have against her. And do keep in mind that this is not criminal. This is still a civil matter. Intentional infliction of emotional distress against all defendants. So this is Tiffany and Aries. Plaintiffs reallege and incorporate by reference as those set forth fully at this point in each allegation contained above. Here, plaintiffs asserts that defendants' actions were 1, extreme and outrageous, 2, such conduct was intended or done in reckless disregard for the probability of severe emotional distress, 3, plaintiffs suffered severe emotional damage, 4, plaintiff's severe emotional distress was caused by the defendant's conduct, and 5, the defendant's conduct was unprivileged. Extreme and outrageous conduct by defendant. Here, as evidenced by the screenshots of the child molestation detailed above, you guys saw earlier, I did show a picture or two, but I did not want to show all the pictures on there because of just the sensitivity of the whole situation. As evidenced by the screenshots of the child molestation detailed above, as well as the video itself, defendants Haddish and Spears engaged in extreme and outrageous conduct when they stripped Mr. Doe down to his underwear and groped his buttocks, or his buttocks, and his crotch. Additionally, defendants engaged in extreme and outrageous conduct when they forced plaintiff Jane Doe to engage in acts of fellatio. Conduct intended or done in reckless disregard for the probability of severe emotional distress. Here is evidenced by the defendant's deceptive practice of first lying. Deceptive practice of first lying about the nature and purpose of the skit, the Nickelodeon sizzle reel versus Child P, and then lying about the destruction of the film footage, Spears insisting that the footage was destroyed and Haddish insisting that she had never even seen the footage nor knew the content of the footage, are clear indications that defendants knew or should have known their conduct had a probability of causing plaintiffs to suffer severe emotional distress. I agree with that 1000%. Plaintiffs suffered severe emotional distress caused by the defendants. Here, as detailed above, plaintiffs have suffered and continues to suffer severe emotional distress, anxiety, depression, and trust issues as a direct result of the actions of the defendants. Defendants did not have plaintiffs' consent to engage in acts of sexual assault, molestation, and sexual harassment. Here, as detailed above, plaintiffs were 14 years old and 7 years old at the time they were molested, sexually assaulted, and sexually harassed by Haddish and Spears. Upon information and belief, the age of consent in California is 18. As a 14 and 7-year-old minor, defendants did not have the ability to consent. Defendants' actions were unprivileged. Defendants deliberately inflicted humiliation, mental anguish, and emotional and physical distress upon plaintiffs, and did so with wanton and reckless disregard of such consequences to the plaintiffs. They absolutely, positively did not care. As a direct and proximate result of said extreme and outrageous conduct by Haddish and Spears, plaintiffs did suffer humiliation, mental anguish, and emotional and physical distress, and have been hurt and injured in their health, both mentally and physically, strength, activity, and their ability to lead a normal life without mental anguish, all of which have caused, continue to cause plaintiffs great mental and physical pain and suffering. As a result of such severe emotional and mental distress, plaintiffs have been generally, specially, consequentially damaged in an amount to be established according to evidence. Both plaintiffs are receiving psychological services and will have to continue receiving those services for the rest of their lives. I can agree with that. Haddish and Spears committed the infliction of emotional, physical, and mental distress willfully and intentionally, and by means of coercion, oppression, fraud, and malice, and in conscious disregard of the minor plaintiff's rights. Therefore, plaintiffs are entitled to an award of exemplary or punitive damages in an amount to be established at trial to punish Haddish and Spears, thereby deterring similar conduct. Hopefully it will. Second cause of action, gross negligence. This is against all defendants. Plaintiffs realleges and incorporates by reference as those set forth fully at this point each allegation contained above. Here, plaintiffs allege that defendants' conduct exhibited an extreme departure from the ordinary or objectively reasonable standard of conduct. Defendants engaged in want of even scant care or an extreme departure from the ordinary standard of conduct. Here, as detailed above, Haddish had a duty. Here we go. Dom, if you're still in here. Here, as detailed above, Haddish had a duty to protect the minor plaintiffs when she was entrusted with their care. It doesn't even say she had to be an aunt. It doesn't say she had to be a family member. It does not say that she had to be any of those things. It says she was entrusted with their care. She had a duty to protect the minors while she was entrusted with their care. I think any adult should know that. Plaintiff's care, welfare, and physical custody were temporarily entrusted to Haddish by plaintiff's mother. Haddish voluntarily accepted the entrusted care of minor plaintiffs. Haddish sought temporary custody of plaintiffs in order to shoot both the simulated fellatio video with the plaintiff Jane Doe and the child pornography video, did not mean to say that word, with Mr. John Doe. Defendants owe plaintiffs, both minor children, a special duty of care and a duty of ordinary care, and owe plaintiffs the higher duty of care that adults dealing with children, to protect them from harm. You're a freaking adult. It's your job to protect the kids. Period. That's it. You're an adult. They were in your care. If you didn't want to protect them, you shouldn't have taken them. Furthermore, Haddish and Spears knew or reasonably should have known that both videos were crude, insensitive, offensive, vulgar, and disturbing exploitation of two minor children. The Haddish and Spears did not adequately exercise or provide the duty of care owed to the minor children in their care. It is objectively reasonable to assume that if Haddish could coerce plaintiff Jane Doe, a 14-year-old girl, to give fellatio without any thought that Haddish did not adequately exercise the duty of care owed to plaintiff Jane Doe, it is objectively reasonable to assume that if plaintiff could coerce plaintiff Jane Doe, a 14-year-old girl, to give fellatio without any thought that Haddish did not adequately exercise the duty of care owed to plaintiff Jane Doe. I had to make sure I read that right. In addition, because Haddish did not adequately exercise the duty of care for Jane Doe, it was foreseeable that Haddish would not adequately exercise the duty of care owed to the 7-year-old John Doe when she participated in the molestation on camera by Spears. Write down. She definitely should have handled this. It should have never gotten to. She should have did what she was supposed to do and act like a grown darn woman and not go and violate somebody's kids. That's what she should have done from the beginning. But since this was already done, she should have made sure that it was taken care of, because this is a bunch of bull to me. This is a bunch. It's a bunch of bull. It's just a bunch of bull. Okay. Defendants Haddish and Spears breached their duty of care to the minor plaintiffs by forcing, coercing, and coaching plaintiff Jane Doe to perform fellatio, by teaching and coercing Jane Doe to make fellatio gagging noises and moaning, filming child P with Mr. Doe, by failing to tell or by intentionally concealing from plaintiff's parents or guardian the actual intent of the fellatio and child pedo videos, by stripping 7-year-old John Doe down to his underwear, then stripping John Doe completely naked in a room full of adults, requiring naked 7-year-old John Doe to be touched all over his body by Spears, forcing John Doe to touch Spears and rub oil on his semi-nude body, and intentionally conceal the contents of the molestation and the existence of the video from plaintiff's mother. This paragraph by itself says it all to me. And I am going to blow this up so that there is no, I don't want anybody to get this misconstrued. Oh, MG. One more time for the one time. Plaintiff Jane Doe. Hold up. Let me go back up and get this whole thing. Defendants Haddish and Spears breached their duty of care to the minor plaintiffs by forcing, coercing, and coaching Jane Doe to perform fellatio, by teaching and coercing Jane Doe to make fellatio gagging noises and moaning, filming child P with Mr. Doe, by failing to tell or by intentionally concealing from plaintiff's parent or guardian the actual intent of the fellatio and child P videos, by stripping 7-year-old John Doe down to his underwear, stripping John Doe completely naked in a room full of adults, requiring naked 7-year-old John Doe to be touched all over his body by Spears, forcing John Doe to touch Spears and rub oil on his semi-nude body, and intentionally conceal the contents of the molestation and the existence of the video from the plaintiff's mother. You know what? Yeah. Whew. Defendants knew or had reason to know that the video consisted of molestation, pedophilia, sexual assault, and sexual abuse, and enabled Mr. Doe to be endangered and sexually abused. Defendants created the circumstance where Mr. Doe was molested and exacerbated the harm done to plaintiff by defrauding defendant's mother by stating that the video had been deleted, never showing the video to the mother, and holding out to the plaintiff's mother that defendants were in good standing and trustworthy. Defendants attempted to conceal the molestation and disguise the nature of the sexual abuse and molestation as dark comedy. As a result of the above described conduct, plaintiffs have suffered and continue to suffer physical injury, psychological injury, emotional distress, physical manifestations of emotional distress, embarrassment, loss of self-esteem, disgrace, humiliation, loss of enjoyment of life. Both plaintiffs have been prevented and will continue to be prevented from performing their daily activities and obtaining the full enjoyment of life. Plaintiffs have incurred and will continue to incur expenses for medical and psychological treatment, therapy, and counseling. Third cause of action. Third cause of action. And this is what I want to remind you guys, that they have their attorneys acting as their agents, and they're putting this information out here, and they are literally trying to gaslight us and tell us that what this woman, what their mom, and what the daughter is saying is bogus. It's frivolous. It's a frivolous lawsuit. It's just a bunch of buffale. Again, be mindful of the gaslighting. Don't allow somebody to tell you that you didn't see what you actually saw with your own eyes. And the fact that they are still sitting there, and that Tiffany even allowed, and I'm pretty sure that statement, but no, that was recent. You need to tell your lawyers that they need to hush. And I'm still praying to this day that someone please pick up these babies' cases pro bono and help them with this mess, so that they don't have to deal with the same thing that the mom had to deal with, not having the proper legal stuff in place. Somebody please help them with this. That's the prayer for today. We want to make sure that they have the proper things in place so that they're able to properly fight for themselves. And again, I do believe that since this has reached mainstream media, that somebody is going to reach out if they haven't already. I think someone is going to help them. Now let's move on to this third cause of action. And what I was telling you guys before is that even though they're both listed on this same lawsuit, that some of the charges, some of the allegations apply to both Tiffany and Aries, and some of them apply specifically to Tiffany because she was acting as their temporary guardian at that time. She had custody of them at that time. They were under her care. So even if she wasn't mama, even if she wasn't grandma, whatever, the mother gave her temporary guardianship while they were in her care. Just, you got them. I'm trusting you. You're the supervisor of my babies at this time. So whatever happens to them at this point, it's on you while you got them. Basically, that's what it is. So this third cause of action, negligent, it should be supervision, failure to warn. And this is against Haddish, not Aries, just Haddish. Plaintiff realleges and incorporates by reference as those set forth fully at this point each allegation contained above. Here, it is plaintiff's position that Haddish knew or should have known of Spears' intention to sexually assault, molest, or sexually harass plaintiffs. Upon information and belief, when confronted about the molestation of Mr. Doe, Spears informed plaintiff's mother that he provided Haddish with the treatment for the child pedo skit, and Haddish provided Spears with the photos. Oh my God, you got to be freaking kidding me. Okay. I'm sorry. I don't even know if y'all can see this. Let me blow this up so y'all can see this. She literally targeted these kids. She literally targeted these kids. I wanted, oh my gosh. Upon information and belief, when confronted about the molestation of Mr. Doe, let me get back on my page, y'all. Please look at this. Spears informed plaintiff's mother that he provided Haddish with the treatment, meaning the script for the child skit, the pedo skit, and Haddish provided Spears with the photos of young children of several of her close friends, all boys under the age of 10. Spears then admitted to plaintiff's mother that he and Haddish discussed how Mr. Doe would be the perfect little boy for the child pedo skit. Y'all gotta give me a minute. Just give me a minute. Okay. Spears informed plaintiff's mother that he provided Haddish with the treatment for the child skit, and Haddish provided Spears with the photos of young children of several of her close friends, all boys under the age of 10. Spears then admitted to plaintiff's mother that he and Haddish discussed how Mr. Doe would be the perfect little boy for the child pedo skit. As their temporary guardian, Haddish had a duty to provide reasonable supervision to the minor plaintiffs. to use reasonable care toward minor plaintiffs and provide adequate information and warning to the plaintiff's mother of the disgusting nature and intent of the child pedophile and fellatio simulation skits. Upon information and belief, Haddish knew or should have reasonably known that the video with Mr. Doe was disgusting, in poor taste, not a joking matter, sexual abuse, sexual assault, child P, before she recruited, coerced, and misled him into filming. She is a grown, behind woman, and she should have known better. That's what they're saying. Upon information and belief, Haddish knew or should have known that, oh my. Hold on, let me get my line straight, child. Upon information and belief, Haddish knew or should have known that Spears was a Spears informed Haddish about the context and the purpose of the film before Haddish solicited Mr. Doe to serve as Spears' victim. Upon information and belief, Haddish allowed Spears to engage in molestation of a minor child who could not provide consent. The coercion and force simulated fellatio using Jane Doe, a minor, was disgusting and poor taste, not a joking matter, sexual abuse, and sexual assault. Despite such knowledge, Haddish negligently failed to supervise the minor plaintiffs while they were in her care and were in a position of trust and authority. The mom left them in her care for her to protect them. As a result of the above described conduct, plaintiffs have suffered and continue to suffer physical injury, psychological injury, emotional distress, physical manifestations of emotional distress, embarrassment, loss of self-esteem, disgrace, humiliation, loss of enjoyment of life. Both plaintiffs have been prevented and will continue to be prevented from performing their daily activities and obtaining the full enjoyment of life. Plaintiffs have incurred and will continue to incur expenses for medical and psychological treatment, therapy, and counseling. Fourth cause of action. Again, this one is just against Tiffany, breach of fiduciary duty. Here, plaintiffs assert that defendant Haddish, 1, had a fiduciary duty to protect plaintiffs from harm. 2, plaintiff's mother entrusted Haddish with that duty, and Haddish assumed that duty when she assumed physical custody of the plaintiffs from their mother as detailed above by the events that make up the basis of this complaint. 3, Haddish breached her fiduciary duty when she allowed, encouraged, and participated in plaintiffs' sexual assaults, harassment, and exploitation by Spears. As a direct result of defendant's breach of fiduciary duty, plaintiffs have been harmed in the manners detailed above. Upon information and belief, a trustee Haddish and a beneficiary plaintiffs is a legally recognized fiduciary relationship in which a fiduciary duty is imposed as a matter of law. In a fiduciary relationship, The fiduciary is duty bound to act with the utmost good faith for the other party's benefit. Haddish failed that duty. Haddish, as temporary guardian and entrusted with the care of minor plaintiffs, were in a fiduciary relationship with Jane Doe and John Doe, owing them a special duty of care. Haddish was in a position of trust, authority, and temporary care of the plaintiffs. Haddish breached her fiduciary duty by failing to properly supervise the minor plaintiffs and by physically and mentally harming them. Haddish failed to take any reasonable precautions or appropriate steps to ensure the children's safety, well-being, and overall health. In addition, Haddish failed to prevent the lewd, lascivious molestation conduct visited upon them. Defendants willfully and intentionally ignored the minor plaintiff's mother when asked about the footage and what happened to her children. Defendants withheld that footage still existed and that it was a child P that was filmed, not a Nickelodeon comedy skit. Spears lied when he stated the footage had been deleted when in fact he was editing the child P himself and putting together clips of him molesting unclothed 7-year-old John Doe. Haddish lied when she stated she did not know about the video when she is clearly in the video multiple times, is holding an unclothed John Doe, and was there for the entire duration of the molestation. As a result of the above described conduct, plaintiffs have suffered and continue to suffer physical injury, psychological injury, emotional distress, physical manifestations of emotional distress, embarrassment, loss of self-esteem, disgrace, humiliation, loss of enjoyment of life. Lord, I didn't mean that. Loss of enjoyment of life. Both plaintiffs have been prevented and will continue to be prevented from performing their daily activities and obtaining the full enjoyment of life. Plaintiffs have incurred and will continue to incur expenses for medical and psychological treatment, therapy, and counseling. In subjecting the minor plaintiffs to the wrongful treatment herein described, defendants acted willfully and maliciously with intent to harm both plaintiffs and in conscious disregard of both plaintiffs' rights to constitute malice and oppression under California Civil Code Section 3294. Therefore, the plaintiffs are entitled to the recovery of punitive damages in an amount to be determined by the court against defendants Haddish and Spears and a sum to be shown according to proof. Fifth cause of action, constructive fraud. Again, this is only against Haddish. I see we have another certified dime in the chat. Brenda Creamer, what is going on? How are you, young lady? Again, let me pause for a minute so I can catch my breath and say that if you have not hit the like button, please hit the like button, not because you are entertained by what is being read, but because you want to see something different done and you want to help turn this wrong and try to make it as right as possible by putting the word out that, yes, we do need to make sure that our kids are protected on every level, but we most definitely need to watch the ones. Sometimes you got to watch the watcher. This is where I'm at with this right now. Sometimes you have to watch the watcher. Constructive fraud against Haddish. Here, plaintiffs allege that Haddish, an individual they considered an adoptive relative, whom they referred to as Auntie Tiff. Do y'all see that? Plaintiffs allege that Haddish, an individual they considered an adoptive relative, who they referred to as Auntie Tiff, again, she was not a stranger to them. They had a personal relationship with this woman, and whom in turn referred to plaintiffs as her nephew and niece, were in a unique and confidential relationship with Haddish. It is plaintiff's position that Haddish intentionally omitted and concealed the intentions of the fellatio and child pedo skits when she intentionally misclassified it as a sizzle reel for Nickelodeon. By holding herself out as temporary caretaker of minor plaintiffs and as a temporary guardian for minor plaintiffs, Haddish entered into a fiduciary special and confidential relationship with plaintiffs. Although Haddish entered the agreement with plaintiff's mother, plaintiffs were the third-party beneficiary of that agreement. Haddish breached her fiduciary, I cannot even talk right now, special and confidential duty to the plaintiffs by their wrongful and negligent conduct described herein above, and by doing so gain an advantage over the plaintiffs in matters relating to their safety, security, and health. In breaching such duties, defendants were able to preserve their reputation in the community, all at the expense of the plaintiff's furthered injury, preventing the discovery of both defendants' conduct to avoid damaging the reputations of defendants, protecting defendants' power and status in the community, and avoiding civil and criminal liability. They protected themselves. They looked out for themselves, said, bump these kids, bump the mom. Yes, Lisa, they molested a 14-year-old, allegedly. Let me take that back. Allegedly, according to this lawsuit, that's what happened, but it is alleged. A 14 and a 7-year-old. Upon information and belief, defendants Haddish and Spears engaged in suppression, misrepresentation, and concealment of the child, pedo, and fellatio skits to mislead the plaintiff's mother. Defendant suppression and concealment of the facts alleged above were for the purpose of preventing plaintiff's mother, and others from learning that the defendants had engaged in dangerous, inappropriate conduct and had molested and abused John and Jane Doe. With knowledge of the torturous nature of their own and each other's conduct, defendants gave each other substantial assistance to perpetuate the misrepresentations, fraud, and deceit alleged herein. Lord have mercy. They assisted each other in covering up the lie. It is what it is. They assisted each other in covering up their mess. Defendant suppression and concealment of the true intentions and nature of the fellatio and child pedo skits and their reliance thereon induced plaintiffs and plaintiff's mother to act or not to act exactly as intended by defendants. Had the plaintiffs and the plaintiff's mother known the true facts, the plaintiffs would not have been allowed to participate in the film in the first place. If they were honest with them, if they were honest with that mom and with the young lady, because she was old enough to say, no, I don't want to do it. If they were honest enough to say what they had on their minds, if their intentions were not ill-willed, they would have, oh, Lord have mercy. They know the mom would not have allowed those kids to participate in this mess. Again, had the plaintiffs and the plaintiff's mother known the true facts, the plaintiffs would not have been allowed to participate in the film in the first place. They would have reported the matters to the proper authorities to prevent further reoccurrences. Plaintiffs would not have been allowed to be alone with, under the control of, or have any relationship with either defendant. One more time. one more time. Had the plaintiffs and the plaintiff's mother known the true facts, the plaintiffs would not have been allowed to participate in the film in the first place. They would have reported the matters to the proper authorities to prevent further reoccurrences. Plaintiffs would not have been allowed to be alone with, under the control of, or have any type of relationship with either defendant. And plaintiffs would have sought out psychological counseling sooner to begin healing from the molestation and abuse from defendants Haddish and Spears. As a result of the above described conduct, plaintiffs have suffered and continue to suffer physical injury, and they have to do this in each one of the counts. That's why this is being repeated. As a result of the above described conduct, plaintiffs have suffered and continue to suffer physical injury, psychological injury, emotional distress, physical manifestations of emotional distress, embarrassment, loss of self-esteem, disgrace, humiliation, loss of enjoyment of life. Both plaintiffs have been prevented and will continue to be prevented from performing their daily activities and obtaining the full enjoyment of life. Plaintiffs have incurred and will continue to incur expenses for medical and psychological treatment, therapy, and counseling. In subjecting the minor plaintiffs to the wrongful treatment herein described, defendants Haddish and Spears acted willfully and maliciously to harm both plaintiffs and consciously disregarded both plaintiffs' rights to constitute malice and oppression under California Civil Code Section 3294. Therefore, the plaintiffs are entitled to the recovery of punitive damages in an amount to be determined by the court against defendant Haddish and Spears in a sum to be shown according to proof. 6 cause of action: sexual battery. This is towards Tiffany and Aries, not just Tiffany. Sexual battery against all defendants. Plaintiff Mr. Doe realleges and incorporates by reference, as those set forth fully at this point, each allegation contained above. Here, as detailed and depicted above, plaintiff John Doe alleges that defendants Haddish and Spears intended to cause and did cause harmful and offensive sexual contact with his person when they physically removed his clothing from his body, causing him to be nude. In doing so, Haddish and Spears groped John Doe's genitals, butt, chest, back, and legs without John Doe's consent. John Doe alleges that Haddish and Spears' harmful and offensive sexual contact was intentional. John Doe also alleges that Spears intentionally revealed his, oh my God. See, it's just stuff that they just completely skipped over. It's just not about making a video in poor taste. It's just not about doing things in poor taste. My God. Mr. Doe also alleges that Spears intentionally revealed his naked, erect penis when he undressed and required Mr. Doe to pour and massage baby oil on Spears' body. You know what? Mr. Doe alleges that when defendant Spears engaged in the unpermitted, harmful, and offensive sexual contact with a person of John Doe, defendant Haddish ratified or approved of that sexual content by intentionally isolating Jane Doe in another room in the house and encouraging John Doe to willingly participate in Spears' molestation. So John is saying that when Spears engaged in all of this stuff, all these lewd sexual acts with him, that Tiffany basically approved it, put her stamp of approval on what Spears was doing to John Doe by leaving him in that room by himself and making the sister stay in another room of the house and encouraging John to willfully participate in being touched by Aries. He's saying she co-signed on that. Defendant Spears did the acts with the intent to cause harmful or offensive contact with an intimate part of Mr. Doe's person that would offend a reasonable sense of personal dignity. Because of defendant's position of authority over John Doe, his mental and emotional state, and John Doe's young age, 7, John was unable to and did not give meaningful consent to such acts, which he cannot do at 7 years old. As a result of the above described conduct, plaintiffs have suffered and continue to suffer. Again, we're seeing this again because with each count, they have to put this in here. So we're going to read it. As a result of the above described conduct, plaintiffs have suffered and continue to suffer physical injury, psychological injury, emotional distress, physical manifestations of emotional distress, embarrassment, loss of self-esteem, disgrace, humiliation, loss of enjoyment of life. Both plaintiffs have been prevented and will continue to be prevented from performing their daily duties and obtaining the full enjoyment of life. Plaintiffs have incurred and will continue to incur expenses for medical and psychological treatment, therapy, and counseling. I'm going to ask you guys again. What part of this lawsuit, what part of these allegations that are being made by this 22-year-old young lady and this now 15-year-old teenager, what part of this is bogus? What part of this video? We have not heard this young boy, this teenager, we have not heard him veer away from anything that was on that video. There's nothing different. The only thing that we found out new about that video, the part that we couldn't see, is that most people, like myself, thought that when they put him in that tub that he still had his underwear on. No, he said they had him completely naked. They took his underwear off. They had him completely naked. When Aries got in that tub with him, he was completely naked. When he touched him, touched his leg, pulled him close to him, he was completely naked. The other part that we did not know, that we could not see in a video, was that John Doe, this young man, this 7-year-old at the time, now 15-year-old man, alleged that they gave him something to drink that made him sleepy, and they gave him happy face candy. You figure that out. I don't know what part of this or why they would let anybody come out and say in any shape, form, or fashion that this is bogus. Let's move on to the 7th cause. Seventh cause of action, sexual harassment against all defendants. Again, this one is against Tiffany and Aries, not just Tiffany, not just Aries. This is against the both of them. Plaintiffs reallege and incorporate by reference as those set forth fully at this point each allegation contained above. During plaintiff's association with Spears intentionally, recklessly, and wantonly made sexual advances, sexual solicitations, and sexual comments, and engaged in other visual, verbal, or physical conduct of sexual nature based on plaintiff's minor age and gender that were unwelcome, pervasive, and severe, including but not limited to touching the plaintiff in a sexually motivated and illegal manner, all while defendant was acting in the course and scope of filming a skit with Haddish. Let me go back up. Let me get y'all that again. During plaintiff's association with defendant Spears intentionally, recklessly, wantonly, or wantonly made sexual advances, sexual solicitations. Remember, this is a minor. Sexual solicitations and sexual comments, and engaged in other visual, verbal, or physical conduct of sexual nature based on plaintiff's minor age and gender that were unwelcome, pervasive, and severe, including but not limited to touching the plaintiff in a sexually motivated and illegal manner, all while defendant Spears was acting in the course and scope of filming a skit with defendant Haddish. The sexual misconduct and sexual harassment incidents outlined above took place while the plaintiffs were under the control of Spears and Haddish in their capacity as temporary caretakers and guardians of these minor children. Because of both plaintiffs' relationship with Haddish, because of Jane and John Doe's relationship with Tiffany, plaintiffs' young ages as minor children, the plaintiffs' inexperienced, plaintiffs were emotionally unable to terminate Spears' contact with their persons. Let me read this without all that jargon in there. Because of Jane and John Doe's relationship with Tiffany, Jane and John's young ages as minor children and their inexperience, Jane and John were emotionally unable to terminate Spears' contact with their persons, meaning they were too inexperienced, they were too young, they were too small to stop him from what he was doing. They couldn't stop him. They could not terminate the contact that he had with their persons, with their bodies. Haddish ratified or approved the conduct of Spears in committing the acts of sexual misconduct described herein. Haddish and Spears breached their duties to both plaintiffs. Haddish approved the conduct. She co-signed what Spears was doing when he was committing the acts of sexual misconduct, period. As a result of the above described conduct, plaintiffs have suffered, and here we go again, and we're going to read it every darn time. As a result of the above described conduct, plaintiffs have suffered and continue to suffer physical injury, psychological injury, emotional distress, physical manifestations of emotional distress, embarrassment, loss of self-esteem, disgrace, humiliation, loss of enjoyment of life. Both plaintiffs have been prevented and will continue to be prevented from performing their daily duties and obtaining the full enjoyment of life. Plaintiffs have incurred and will continue to incur expenses for medical and psychological treatment, therapy, and counseling. We still have another count to go. The eighth cause of action, sexual abuse of a minor against all defendants. Again, this is against Tiffany and Aries, not just Tiffany by herself, not just Aries by himself, but the both of them. Plaintiffs re-allege, and incorporate by reference as those set forth fully at this point, each allegation contained above. Here, as detailed and depicted above, plaintiffs allege that defendants Haddish and Spears both engaged in acts of sexual abuse of a minor. As detailed above, the plaintiffs were 14 and 7 years old at the time of the acts of sexual abuse of a minor. The acts of sexual abuse of a minor took place in Los Angeles, California. The age of consent to engage in sexual acts in the state of California is 18. John Doe alleges that the defendants groped his naked behind and his naked genitals and rubbed baby oil on his naked body without consent. Groped his naked behind and his naked genitals and rubbed baby oil on his naked body without his consent. Defendants also filmed John Doe in a sexually suggestive manner. And I'm glad they put this in here because this was one of the things when I first saw it, this bothered me that they kept zooming in and out on his private parts. That I'm sitting here and that's why, who is the darn cameraman that would sit there and be going in and out on a child? You know what? We had his name. His name was, for those of you who are coming in here late, his name was stated at the beginning of this lawsuit, the beginning of the documentation. We will go back and cover some of the things. We're not going back over this whole thing, but we will go back. We do have the name. We do know who the cameraman was that sat there. Yeah. And essentially, let me go back to the beginning of this sentence. I'm sorry. Defendants also filmed John Doe in a sexually suggestive manner, zooming the camera in and out of his crotch and behind, forcing him to simulate masturbation with a toy. You guys saw the video that was with a train, and forcing him to massage baby oil onto the nude body of Spears. John Doe also alleges that Spears exposed his erected penis to John Doe before John Doe started screaming and crying. So now we know what actually made John Doe start screaming and crying. Now we know what made this little boy start screaming and crying. It wasn't that he was being uncooperative, or maybe it was. He didn't want some grown, rusty behind man having his erect penis in his face. He didn't want some grown, rusty behind man touching on him. He did not want some grown, rusty behind man violating him. So he had every right to scream and cry. What do you mean that this is bogus? Plaintiffs allege that defendants' actions constituted physical and psychological abuse of a minor as evidence from their years of therapy and clinical diagnosis. Let me press pause right here because this is for all the folks that had so much to say. Well, if their mama did this and if their mama did that and it should have been in therapy and all this stuff, you don't know the backstory. None of us do. But we clearly know from this. And as I stated yesterday, for them to say that they had some type of social disorders and they're talking about depression and anxiety, these are clinical terms. It's not, if you're not, you can say you're sad. Depression, anxiety, those are clinical terms. To say that you have some type of social disorder, unless you just want to go around diagnosing yourself, you got clinical terms going on there. We see here, and we also saw the statement from John Doe that he made to his therapist, stating what they did and how it made him feel and how he had to convince himself that what happened to him was not his fault. So now we go back and we see documented. Plaintiffs allege that defendants' action constituted physical and psychological abuse of a minor as evidence from their years, not a couple months, not because something just happened with some BS with Lizzo, as evidence from their years of therapy and clinical diagnosis. That means they were going to see a mental health professional and they received a clinical diagnosis. This is not just somebody going out trying to shake somebody down for some money or trying to extort someone. This is something that has been going on. So not only do you have these kids now, even though she's 22, I'm calling her a kid in this particular situation, you have a kid or a young lady and a teenage boy that are dealing with psychological issues at the hands of Tiffany and Aries, but you also have a mom that is no longer whole and may not be able to be made whole as a result of the mess that Tiffany and Aries did. This woman wanted to take her own life after she found out what these people did to her children. This woman has been dealing with mental health issues. It sounds like she would have what a lot of people will refer to as a breakdown after she found out what these people did to her kids. This woman is dealing with, you can say, grief, guilt. She's dealing with all these things as a result of what these people did with her kids. And to know that she trusted this woman with her children, she's having to deal with that now. What is bogus about that? And why would you even sit there and let this mess get to this point? This woman, these kids, they should not have had to go after these people for them to get some type of relief. You should have felt obligated. No, it shouldn't even be in the public. You have an obligation. It doesn't matter at this point. Yes, you guys know everybody is innocent until proven guilty. But those of us that saw the video, we saw the darn video. And we know Tiffany has acknowledged the video. So at this particular point, innocent until proven guilty isn't even a thing right now because Tiffany literally acknowledged the video. Let's go back to her statement for a minute. She said on Instagram, "I know people have a bunch of questions. I get it. I'm right there with you. Unfortunately, because there is an ongoing legal case, there's very little that I can say right now. But clearly, while this sketch was intended to be comedic, it wasn't funny at all. And I deeply regret having agreed to act in it. I really look forward to being able to share a lot more about this situation as soon as I can." Can you say admission? Are we seeing some admission of guilt? Because she can't lie at this point. There is no more saying that this is bogus. We saw you. We saw him. Why are you taking this family? Why are y'all taking this family through this BS? Unnecessary BS. Y'all need to take care of them. Period. Point blank. Take care of them. And if your career happens to go out the darn window out in the process, then darn case sarah. Like at this point, what y'all have going on in your lives, it shouldn't even matter. Because you have literally destroyed 3 people's lives at least. And Lord knows how other people have been affected, because we know when things like this happen, there's a domino effect. It doesn't just affect the people that were in the situation directly. It affects people that are close to them indirectly. It's not just about them. And understanding that Tiffany has been through some things herself, you know better. You know better. I can't believe y'all let this mess go on this long. I cannot believe y'all let these people go through this stuff for this long. And again, got the unmitigated gall to sit there with a straight face, with your back straight up, and talk about, oh, well, that lady crazy. She got mental health issues. Apparently you guys do too. For you to do this to these kids and even to this mom, you guys are dealing with your own set of issues. So to point out this mother's mental health issues, then that is the darn pot calling the kettle black, because both of y'all have some deep-rooted issues that you have not dealt with for you to even think, for you to sit there and literally go and look for your close friends' kids and show somebody, these are pictures of my close friends' kids. These are the boys that are under 10 years old. Which one do you think we can use for this pedo skit? What type of BS is that? So let's not even be concerned about the mom's mental health issues. And that's the thing that gets me too. Y'all sitting up there and y'all taking these people through this stuff instead of being thankful to this mom that she did not try to come after y'all criminally from the beginning, because that's exactly what she should have done. And that's what needs to happen now. And you can sit there. There's I would really, it's some stuff that I would like to say, but BS, that's some bouffale for your tail right there. No, you gonna sit up there and talk about this woman. Let your attorneys get up there and act as agents for you talking. Oh, it's a shakedown and we're going to handle them. Like literally put a threat out there publicly to this mom and her daughter for pressing frivolous charges and putting frivolous lawsuits out there when they didn't come after you criminally. That lady should have bust all over the head with these criminal charges. I'm hoping that at this point that somebody still come after y'all with criminal. I am so This is why you can't give certain people things. This is why you can't give certain people things, because some people don't know how to act. Some people don't know how to act when they get things. You really sat there, and now I'm really wondering if you befriended this woman with the sole purpose, if your intention from the beginning was to befriend this woman once you found out she had these kids. Because y'all were having conversations about your divorces. Y'all became close because of the things that you were dealing with your divorces. And you found out she had these kids. I'm praying that you did not befriend this woman because she had these kids. And guys, I'm saying that because Tiffany allegedly got divorced in 2013, and she did this thing with this woman's daughter in 2013 with the fellatio. They hadn't known each other that long because they were both going through divorces at the same time. So I'm just sitting up here like, you can really come out here with a straight face. And again, the things that we did not see, those things are alleged. Those things are alleged. We're going to give them the benefit of the doubt. But the stuff that we were able to see for ourselves with our own eyes, no ma'am, no Sam, no ham, no peanut butter, no jelly, no bologna, you will not gaslight us today. We saw what we saw. We saw what we saw. So the only thing that is bogus at this point is the people that are sitting up here saying, like the guy I heard the other night saying, oh, well, it's just entertainment. What is wrong with you? It's just entertainment. I laughed the whole time. It was just comedy. There was not one piece of anything. The only thing that I found funny was the message that they put at the end. And it was funny because I'm like, did y'all really mean to put that message up there? Because I mean, the message was for you. You darn right watch you leave your kids around, but that was for you. Be careful of the people that are telling you to watch who you leave your kids around. Like y'all were the people that you were talking about in the video. What the flip? Comedy? I gotta go back and look at her statement because even she admitted that it wasn't funny. Clearly, while the sketch was intended to be comedic, it wasn't funny at all. And as I stated before, y'all, I'm telling you that she is getting ready to throw somebody under the bus because she said, I deeply regret having agreed to act in it. And just Aries stated earlier, according to the lawsuit, that he gave Tiffany the treatment. Tiffany knew what the treatment was, and then she went and gave him some pictures of some close friends, boys that are 10 years old or younger, 10 years old or younger. So that it is what it is. Y'all both in this together. Y'all are both in this together. Y'all really got some Ghislaine, Maxwell, and some Epstein BS going on right with this, because at this point, Tiffany is sounding like a straight madam. She is sounding like a madam, and I mean that respectfully, but she is sounding like a madam. Let me get back to this. The incidents of sexual abuse, sexual misconduct, and sexual harassment outlined herein took place while plaintiffs were under the control of Spears and Haddish in their capacity as temporary caretakers and guardians of these minor children. Because of plaintiff's relationship with Haddish, plaintiff's young age as minor children, and plaintiff's inexperience, plaintiffs were emotionally unable to terminate their contact with defendant Spears. Haddish ratified or approved the conduct of Spears in committing the acts of sexual misconduct described herein. Defendant Haddish and Spears breached their duties to both plaintiffs, and here we go again, one more time for the one time. Y'all should know this by heart right now. And I think by the time this is over, okay, guys, by the time this is over, Tiffany and Aries are going to know this by heart as well. As a result of the above described conduct, plaintiffs have suffered and continue to suffer physical injury, psychological injury, emotional distress, physical manifestations of emotional distress, embarrassment, loss of self-esteem, disgrace, humiliation, loss of enjoyment of life. Both plaintiffs have been prevented and will continue to be prevented from performing their daily duties and obtaining the full enjoyment of life. Plaintiffs have incurred and will continue to incur expenses for medical and psychological treatment, therapy, and counseling. Let me hit this really quick just from this paragraph. I don't see anything that they could argue against in this paragraph. Jane Doe and John Doe did suffer. Did they suffer physical injury? I don't know about Jane Doe. I don't know physically if she was injured, but for John Doe, the minute we saw Aries put his hands on him, he suffered physical injuries. Did they suffer psychological injury? When you're exposing these young kids to all these adult behaviors that they didn't put in for? Absolutely, we can go along with that. Emotional injury, absolutely. Emotional distress, when that young girl said that Tiffany tried to show her this stuff and Aries showed her first and she was very uncomfortable and she felt like the only way that she was going to go home is if she did what they were asking her to do. This boy, you got him crying before he left. He's going home crying to his mama. Are we questioning emotional distress? Physical manifestations of emotional distress, embarrassment, humiliation. Are we really questioning this? Loss of self-esteem and the humiliation and the disgrace, those things all go together. We got to go back to what this little boy read to his therapist. We're on line 8185. Let me put that down. I need to go back for the ones that just came in here. We're on 185 line 16. I need you guys to see. I need you to see what this young boy said to his therapist about what happened to him, to help put this thing in context. Okay, for those of you who weren't in here for this, because this explains a lot, and for this alone, I am so upset that they did not feel like they, oh my goodness, oh Jesus. Okay. After discovering the existence of the pedophile skit, Miss Doe immediately enrolled Mr. Doe and herself in therapy. Okay, to put this back in context, remember that Miss Doe is the sister, the 22-year-old sister, who now has custody of her 15-year-old brother because of the mom's mental health issues. So the sister immediately enrolled her brother in therapy. Okay, while in therapy, Mr. Doe wrote a statement explaining the impact of defendants' actions. For those of you who have never been on this channel, welcome to my channel. Do know I do not curse like that, so you're going to have to fill in the words as I use them, okay? Because some of the words I'm just not going to say, so fill it in. Say it the way you want to say it, but this is what we're going to do. While in therapy, Mr. Doe wrote a statement explaining the impact of defendants' actions. John Doe wrote in the relevant part, and this is in quotation marks, "I think it's important to get this out of my system because what they did to me really effed me up bad. I don't got no friends. I don't trust nobody. I'm scared of adults. I refuse to be recorded or take pictures because I am scared of weird adults trying to do nasty stuff to me again. I spend all of my time in my room and do not go anywhere because I don't trust anybody. I do not like the way Tiffany treated me after I did everything her and her friend made me do. She tricked me into some gay it with her friend and effed my life up. I am not gay, and they tried to make me gay. And her friend made me do gay stuff with him. I had to kick and scream and cry, and Tiffany came and told me to let him touch me. When I kept crying, Tiffany got mad at me, told me to get dressed, and took me home. I remember her yelling at me in the car, telling me that I would never get on TV acting like that. I remember I still felt sleepy from the drink and the happy face candy they gave me and fell asleep in the car. When we got home, she told me to tell my mom that I had a nice time and gave me and my sister $100. Tiffany always called and talked to me and my sister. But after mom found out about the video, she stopped calling us. I hate Tiffany and her friend for trying to do gay stuff with me. Now that I am older, I understand that it was not my fault and that I am not gay just because they were on some gay it. I hate my life. I hate that I don't got no friends. I don't do video chat. I don't go anywhere because I don't want anybody to say I'm the gay boy in the video because I'm not gay. Tiffany friend gay and he liked little boys. I feel ashamed that I was not big enough to fight back when they took my clothes off and made me take a bath with a grown man, do nasty stuff, and rub his back. I am scared to make friends or go anywhere with my mom's friends. I don't want to show my face because I don't know who's seen the video. I think it's real effed up that they would do that to me because I was just a little kid. They pretend to be nice to me and touch my body and made me do nasty stuff because they nasty, not me. I know now that they are effed up for what they did to me. And none of this is my fault. I want y'all to let that marinate in your spirit for a minute. I want you to let that marinate for a minute. And do not forget that on this day, at this time, that this boy is 15 years old today. We don't know when he told his therapist this. We don't know. But what we do know at this point is that we have a young teenage boy who was forced to participate in some activities and some sexual acts and some inappropriate sexual acts and some lewd sexual acts completely against his will. And you turned around and took the video, made this little boy appear as if now that this stuff has happened to him, that he was automatically gay. You did things to him, showed him things, exposed him to things that would have him questioning his sexuality. Just as a 7-year-old, and now as a 15-year-old, we see the ending result of that because he is trying to convince himself that he is not gay because of the BS that they did to him. And he's also trying to convince himself that this is not his fault because it's not his fault. And you guys can't see past a couple pieces of pennies, a couple dollars in your pocket to see the irreparable damage that y'all did to these darn kids. This boy should not be sitting there trying to convince himself nor a therapist that this is not his fault, that this was not his fault. He should not have to sit there and tell any stories about a grown, rusty behind man getting in a tub with him. He should not have to tell any stories about a grown, resting behind man exposing his erect penis to him as a 7-year-old boy. He should not have to sit there and tell these stories. These are not memories that he should have to bring back up because the BS should have never happened. So should they be held accountable? Absolutely. Absolutely. To look at this alone, even if we didn't know the young lady's story, even if we never heard her story at all, just to know what happened to this 7-year-old boy is enough. Just to see that. And see, the thing is, you have a lot of people that may have a little pinch of power. That's why I said you can't give some people something. You can't give some people certain things. They get a little pinch. In the country, we say pinch. You get a little pinch of power, and you don't know how to act. You don't know how to act. Now, they really thought that this mom was going to be dumb enough that she was going to let this stuff go once she found out what happened to her kids. And they tried to bully this mom. That's exactly what they did. They tried to bully her. They manipulated her. They gaslighted this mom. This is exactly what they were doing this whole time. And to sit here, and I must say this again, and I know it's going to disappoint the people that want to believe in the conspiracy theories. This don't have jack to do with Jill when it comes to Lizzo. That has absolutely nothing to do with the price of tea in China. This is not no mess to do with Lizzo. This is about what they did to this woman's kids. This stuff has been ongoing. And the fact that this young lady has mustered up the courage and the strength to go after them, knowing that you're dealing with some celebrities and they will try to destroy you. They have the money to physically destroy your reputation. I feel like maybe this girl and this young boy are at the point where, you know what? You already put me out there. This boy is saying, you know what? You already got people looking at me like I'm gay. This young lady saying, you already got me up here at 14 years old, simulating giving somebody oral sex. And like, what else can you do to me? You already got me questioning myself. You already got me to the point where I don't want to be out in public with people. I get anxious. My hands start sweating. My heart starts beating really fast out of my chest. I may get headaches. I may feel sick to my stomach. I get nauseous when I'm around other people. You got this little boy scared. He can't sit in front of his computer without putting a darn Band-Aid over the camera. He got to walk by different things. Anything that has a camera, he got to cover it up because he's afraid that he is being recorded. They got every right. What else can you take from them? I'm hoping that this is the place that they're at right now so they cannot be bullied. They cannot be intimidated, that nothing can be said to them that'll get them to back down. Nothing. And I'm praying if anybody is on here listening tonight that has a law license and can practice in the state of California, please take on these people's case. Do not leave them hanging out there like that. Please. It's not about the money with this. This is about principle. And this is also about, we got a lot of stuff going on right now. Y'all know we got a lot of stuff going on. A lot of allegations have been made about a lot of different people. And at some point, we talk about accountability. We always got to put that accountability word out there. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get into that accountability thing. Let's hold these people accountable for their actions. And I'm saying this as somebody that has been a fan of Tiffany Haddish since she came out. She still needs to be held accountable for her actions. It's good that she came out and said, you know, I should have never took part in that and it wasn't funny. Okay, what you gonna do about it? Don't talk about it, walk about it. What are you going to do about it? Nobody cares about what you have to say at this point. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do to make this young woman at 22 years old, this teenager at 15 years old, and even their mama, what are you and this man going to do to make these people feel whole again? What can you possibly do that's going to make them feel whole again? Because that's what it's all about. If nobody's hitting you with criminal charges, then what the flip are you going to do to make them whole again? And if you don't get any criminal charges, then you for darn sure better be thanking God. Because this just some mess. I mean, y'all know my word is boufale. This some boufale. This some BS for your tail. They thought that people were like, okay, this was done in 2013 and 2014. I'm good. This never gonna come back up. This will never come back up. We good. Because she's slow anyway. This woman, she don't have the type of money to come after us. The devil is a liar. The devil is a liar. I'm sorry. Regardless of what you believe in, God gonna protect his own at the end of the day. You best believe this stuff's gonna come out the way it's supposed to come out. It might not happen at the time or the manner that we think it's supposed to happen, but eventually it's gonna happen. It's happening, sweetheart. Child, let me go back and finish this paperwork. Let me go back to 185. Let me go back. Guys, I am a small channel. I talk about different things, especially different cases and different situations. I'm going to ask, we have a nice crowd in here tonight. If you don't mind, if you haven't hit that like button, please hit that like button. I don't get on here asking for money or anything like that. All I do is ask you to hit the like button. So if you don't mind, if you haven't already, if you feel like some awareness is being raised, then hit that like button. Because at the end of the day, this is what they alleged they were trying to do. They wanted to raise awareness. Then darn it, we are raising awareness. Yeah, we're going to do that. Y'all going to get this work. Since this is what y'all claim y'all were trying to do, let's get it popping. Let's do it. Let's do it. Back to 185. And we are coming to an end with this. Getting back to our line, and I think I read this. I just need to read it one more time. I needed to read it one more time. Thank you very much. As a result of the above described conduct, plaintiffs have suffered and continue to suffer physical harm, psychological injury, emotional distress, physical manifestations of emotional distress, embarrassment, loss of self-esteem, disgrace, humiliation, loss of enjoyment of life. Both plaintiffs have been prevented and will continue to be prevented from performing their daily duties and obtaining the full enjoyment of life. Plaintiffs have incurred and will continue to incur in expenses for medical and psychological treatment, therapy, and counseling. We have proof just by seeing that this young man and this young woman have been going to therapy. They have incurred charges. There are expenses that they have incurred up until this point. They absolutely have. There's nothing that is bogus about that at all, actually. So humiliation, we saw it in the young man's statement to the therapist, the conversation that he had with the therapist. Low self-esteem, disgrace, we saw all of that. This is at the end of the lawsuit. KOTV, thank you. Appreciate that. Wherefore, plaintiff Jane Doe individually and on behalf of John Doe, a minor, prays for judgment against all defendants jointly. That's kind of chopped up. And severally as follows. for past, present, and future general damages in an amount to be determined at trial, for past, present, and future special damages, including but not limited to past, present, and future lost earnings, economic damages, and others, and in an amount to be determined at trial. Any appropriate statutory damages for cost of suit, for interest as allowed by law, for attorney's fees under California Code of Civil Procedure, and then you have all of those codes there, or otherwise as allowable by law. Any appropriate punitive or exemplary damages against defendants Haddish and Spears under Civil Code 3294 were authorized by the cause of action for such other and further relief as the court may deem proper. Dated August 27, 2022, Jane Doe, which is the young lady that was also allegedly abused in this suit. You guys see, this was filed in the Superior Court of the State of California for the County of Los Angeles, Jane Doe individually and on behalf of John Doe, a minor individual. These are the complaints that were put forth, and they demanded a jury trial. Tiffany Haddish and Aries Spears are listed as the defendants. Okay, so let me get into some of you guys' comments. This is a lot. This is definitely a lot. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. This is a lot. Oh my goodness. Basic Mom, what's going on? Oh my goodness. This is what we're going to do. How much time have I been on here? We're going to open up the line. I want to hear what you guys think. And I'm going to ask that if you do decide to come on, I need you to keep it cute. Keep it cute. And I want to get your thoughts on some of this. I must tell you at the beginning, we do our stuff a certain way on here. So if you're going to come on here trying to be funny or trying to come crazy, then my mods will absolutely bounce you up out of here. And if they don't catch you, I do it my darn self. But I want to get your thoughts on this. So the link is in the chat. If you have something that you want to say, Arch Deluxe, hold on one second. Let me see if I can put, if you'll go to my the about page, the bio page, whatever, email me, I send it to you. I send it to you, no problem. Oh my goodness. This better not take no years to go to trial, so you think the public will forgive and forget. I don't. It's just a lot. It's just a lot. At this point, Denard said, "Don't be scared now, y'all. Hit that link." Right. At this point, we have seen a lot, and we hear a lot of talk about protecting our girls and stuff like that. This isn't just about protecting our girls. This is about protecting our boys and our girls. We can never forget about our boys. And I feel a lot of times they are overlooked. We can never forget about our boys, ever, ever. This is about protecting our children, period. This is about protecting our children. And we cannot allow, like I said, we got a lot of stuff going on right now. We cannot allow people, we can't allow stuff to continue to be swept under the rug. We can't. And like I said, for those of you that are new to the channel, I am a life coach, but I'm also a therapist. But along with that, I am somebody that I've dealt with sexual molestation myself from one of my family members, a first cousin, for almost 8 years. So when I see something like this, and it was swept under the rug, but it was only swept under the rug because I didn't know what it was. Just like this 7-year-old boy, I didn't understand it. I didn't know what to tell. So my thing is, what are we doing different now to make sure that our kids are safe, that our kids are taken care of? And what are we telling our kids? Because I think that's a lesson right there. A lot of people are afraid to have these conversations with their kids because they think if they say something about it, then something's going to happen. It's kind of like somebody hurting themselves. People may think something, but they say, oh, if I say something, they may do it. No, kids need to know that if somebody's doing something wrong, they need to know that. Arch Deluxe, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on? Just want to chime in real quick. Looking at those court documents, the fact that they described it in such vivid detail, really kind of has me believe in the accusations a lot more, because it kind of coincided with the skit.
Exactly.
So the fact that they have medical history, it's kind of hard to fabricate. So we'll see, but these documents really aren't out. Like, you're the first person to really expose these documents like that. So I think that, I'm going to share the content for sure to kind of get the facts out there, at least what the allegations say. But
appreciate that.
Yeah, it don't look good
At all. And I'm glad you said that, because I think for me, I kind of sat around and I was listening, but the video just threw me. When I saw him coming down in I call them tidy whities, it just threw me. So I sat there and I said, you know what, there's going to be some legal papers. This lawsuit is out here. The paperwork is dropping. And so I just waited, and I came across the paperwork today. And just like you said, the allegations, at least to what the little boy was saying, it did not veer off from what was on the video.
Yeah, very. It was aligned almost too quickly. So that's kind of sick. And I'm almost starting to think if that's something they're into in Hollywood, that they use the skit as a reason to molest the kids.
Right.
But
right.
That's all I got to say.
Well, make sure you send me the email so I can send the documents to you. I will put it in the chat, but I don't know how YouTube's gonna, because they may hit my video for even putting the stuff up here, but I definitely send it to you.
All right, I appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you for calling in too.
All right.
All right. Y'all, it's crucial. Every adult needs to pay, including the mom, which may be you. I don't think that the mom needs to pay for anything. I think she's already paying by the stuff that she's going through with her kids. And it goes back to a conversation that we had earlier. There are situations where people look at the parents and say, the parents could have done this and the parents could have done that. I heard it listening to some other channels the other day. But at the end of the day, again, just being honest, we're not being honest with ourselves if we sit there and say that we have not. And there are always exceptions. Let me be clear on that. There are always exceptions. But for us to sit there and act like we have never let our kids go with someone else, or that we ourselves as kids weren't allowed to go with someone else. Our mom didn't send us somewhere or whatever with someone that wasn't our parent. We can't, that's not being honest. That's really not, that's not being honest. It's just not. The best thing that you can do, especially with a lot of people coming from single parent homes, and you got people, whether it's a mom or a dad that's a single parent, you have to be able to, it takes a community. And you got to hope that your community is of the right frame of mind. You can hope that your community is coming to back you with no malice in their heart, without any type of ill will or that disgust in their hearts to want to do something to your kids. But it definitely takes a community, and we really have to sit out here and be honest with ourselves. We had this conversation the other night, and like I said, I have taken care of a lot of people's kids, and they were not mine. I have my nieces, I have my nephews, I have my godkids all the time, and their parents entrust me with those kids. And I understand, by me taking them on at any given time, that if something happens to them while they are in my care, then that's my responsibility. I'm going to be held accountable for that. I am. So for us to sit there and act like we never have watched anybody's kids or had somebody else watch us, whether it was a neighbor, whether it was, you know, a babysitter. We acting like babysitters don't exist anymore. People, you got teenagers like watching your kids. You see what I'm saying? We trying to act like this is something new. It's not something new. And we saw in these documents that these kids knew her. They had a close relationship. They saw her as Auntie Tiff. She called them her niece and her nephew. So I mean, we gotta be realistic. That's my thing. We have to be realistic. Deborah, I see you, but it's saying that you need to connect your devices. You gotta connect your devices. Oh wow, no poetry in motion. No, I didn't. Anita, the cameraman is mentioned in the paperwork. Actually, because we were asking the other night, you know, who was the cameraman? We want to see who the cameraman was. He was actually mentioned, but he's not a part of the lawsuit. And me personally, I feel like the cameraman should be a part of it, because one of the things that they said, that the little boy said, was that, you know, you left me in this room with this man and this other man, like Tiffany left out, and you left me with two men. So let's see. Somebody put the name in the chat. I saw. Oh, here it is. Okay, Journey of Sins. I'll put yours up here. That is the exact name of the person right there. That is the cameraman, David Spade. So I don't know. I'm thinking that Aries wrote it, and I could be wrong. So let me say that is complete. That's my opinion. I have nothing to back that up. That is completely my opinion. But I think that Aries wrote the treatment for it, because everything leads to him. And like, even when the mom confronted him, he said that he gave Tiffany the treatment, that Tiffany had access to the treatment. So to the script, she had access to the script. And she brought him a list. Yeah, I may need to go. Let me go back and show you guys that, or let me know in the chat if you were in here. Aries said he told the mom that he gave Tiffany the script before they even did it. And not only that, once he gave her the script, she went and got pictures of her friends, her close friends that had kids. She brought him pictures of those kids, of boys that were under the age of 10 years old, for him to pick through for this pedo skit. Were y'all in here for that? Because that was actually in the lawsuit. So she targeted those kids. I'll pull it back up for you. Let me see if I can find it. She targeted those kids. Give me 1 second. Whenever you do see the get the paperwork, if you go back and watch the beginning of the video, I had to actually I cut some of it. I couldn't show the documents in their totality because they actually have pictures. They have screenshots from the video in the lawsuit. So one of the first pictures that they have in here, it shows Tiffany bringing the 7-year-old boy down the stairs in his underwear. And then they have another picture, another screenshot in there of Aries with the newspaper up to his face, with his eyes showing through the little holes that he cut out. And another picture, it shows where the camera zoomed in on his these pictures is of his backside, and how one of the pictures almost made it appear like he had like a thong or something on. It has those pictures. It has a picture with Aries. Let me make sure this is not up on my screen. Okay. With Aries' mouth sticking out of one of the holes when the little boy was laying on the floor with his legs stretched wide open. It has another picture where he has the train and they slow the camera down and make it look like he's simulating masturbation. That picture is included in there. They have a picture, a very close-up picture where you can actually see the oil. Aries putting the oil, the baby oil on the little boy's back, and him rubbing the oil on his back. It has 2 of those pictures in there. It has a picture from the bathroom scene with Aries with the newspaper up to his face when the boy is first in the tub. It also shows Aries with the little water thing holding the 7-year-old boy's leg up in the tub and pouring water on his leg. Mind you, for the ones who were not in here earlier, it was an assumption that the little boy still had his underwear on like he did in the rest of the video. He did not. They had stripped him all the way down naked. So when he was in the tub, he was completely naked when Aries got in that tub with him. They have another picture of Aries in the tub with the little boy who is naked. That's one of the pictures. They do it by scene. So they have a bathroom scene. They have a kitchen scene. The kitchen scene shows where the little boy now has the paper, the newspaper up to his face with the eyes cut out looking at Aries. It has 2 close-ups, and I'll show you guys this part because it's not anything towards the little boy on this one, so I can show you this part. I'll show you this part. This is Aries sitting at the table, and this is the boy with the newspaper up to, with the newspaper up to his face right here, now lusting after Aries, supposedly. This was what they put at the end of the video. Watch who you leave your kids with. I can't go, hold on. This is the little boy supposedly looking at Aries now through the newspaper. Let me shrink this down a little bit. And I'm not going to show all of it, but that's the tub scene. And I'm going to stop right there with him in the tub. But it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. It is a lot. And I just don't feel like there is any justification for it at all. No justification. I can't think of anything. Her making her comment, let me put her comment back up here. Her making her little comment is all well and good on Instagram, like whatever. EHC Bunny. Not only was he handling him, he was the one that put the oil on him. He was the one that actually put the oil on him. He put the oil on him and then he rubbed the oil in. And then towards the end of the video, they made the little boy do it to him. I'm sorry. Let me go back and find this this part where Aries said that let me just ask you guys, just for the timeline of the video, so you guys can get the gist of what happened, the build up to the video, what happened with Aries and the mom and that stuff. Do y'all want me to go back over that, or y'all just want to get it on the replay? Because I can go back over just that part. It's a page long if y'all want me to go back over that. She has a nerve to say she's looking forward to being able to elaborate more when she can. Right. Tirana Gospel Glam, what's going on? I'm gonna go over this part. I'm trying to make sure that I'm able to keep my video up. So we'll still have this awareness out here. I don't know that they were filed, that there were criminal charges. I heard someone say before that there was an incident report. I haven't been able to find the incident report, somebody's wife. So if I find it, then I can verify or whatever, but I haven't been able to find it. And I would think, and I could be wrong, but I would think that in this lawsuit that it would have been mentioned in here, because they pretty much mention everything on here. I'm going to give you guys a timeline of the video filming just with this, because even with this, what we did not realize is that they filmed the daughter and the son that day, but they took the girl out of the video. But they actually filmed the both of them. So let's go back in. And actually, for those of you, let's just do this real quick. Okay. On or about August 4th, see if you guys can see this. Okay. On or about August 4th, the plaintiff's mother was contacted by Haddish for John Doe to do a film skit. Haddish provided little to no details as to what the skit was about. She only said it was a sizzle reel for Nickelodeon. With Haddish being a close friend, the mother saw no issue. Plaintiff's mother dropped off her 7-year-old son, John Doe, and her 14-year-old plaintiff daughter, Jane Doe, to chaperone her little brother. After filming, Mr. Doe called his mother crying, saying he did not want to film anymore. The mother contacted Haddish so she could pick up her children, but Haddish stated she was already on her way to drop the children home. Remember, the boy said that Haddish got upset with him and she took them home. Upon information and belief, Haddish and Spears gave both minors cash for the filming, which would make sense, because why are they giving the little girl $100 and the little boy $100 if they only filmed the little boy? On or about August 5th, the plaintiff's mother contacted Haddish about seeing the footage. Haddish said to contact Spears for the footage. Upon contacting Spears for the footage, he stated that he would edit the footage and then get it back to her. On or about August 7th, the mother contacted Spears again about the footage and was told that he had filmed a lot of projects and he had not edited the footage yet. On or about August 9, 2014, the mother contacted Spears about the footage, to which he said that he was very behind in editing and would get back to her. On or about August 11, 2014, the mother contacted Spears about the footage, to which he said the footage was still being edited. The mother then asked for the unedited footage because she still had no idea what was filmed that made her son cry. Spears said he would get back to the mother about the unedited footage. The mother then contacted Haddish about the footage, who said that she did not have a copy of the footage. The mother then asked Haddish what the skit was about, to which she said it was just a Nickelodeon comedy skit. The mother asked what type of Nickelodeon comedy skit would make her son cry, and Haddish stated it was supposed to be a funny skit, but John Doe kept crying during the filming. On or about August 13, 2014, the mother contacted Spears about the footage, to which Spears said that John Doe was uncooperative and the footage was unusable and that they had to delete it. On or about June 18, 2018, 4 years after being misled about the existence of the footage, the mother received an alert from Gossip, which is a celebrity news site. Upon information and belief, the website covered a story about Spears arguing with a woman about comments he made. The woman then exposed Spears about filming a video called Mind of a Pedo, the video with John Doe that was allegedly deleted. On or about June 18, 2018, the mother contacted Spears after learning that the skit was not deleted. Spears was unapologetic and even made light of the video. The mother reminded Spears that he told her that the footage of her son had been deleted. Spears said that the video being spoken about was clips that he salvaged of John Doe that he put together. The mother, upset, stated that she would have never let her son participate in a ped child peace skit. Spears told the mother that Haddish knew about the completed video and participated in the video itself. The mother then contacted Haddish, who denied knowledge of the video. Once the mother told Haddish that she knew Haddish participated in the video where her son's clothes were off, Haddish said it was just dark comedy. On or about January 25, 2019 through August 29, 2019, the mother and Haddish went through many exchanges trying to correct the injustice of this disturbing child pee video. Haddish replied with a mix of false hope for a struggling mother and tossed insults. Plaintiff Jane Doe was removed. Here we go. The daughter, the girl, was removed from all the filming of the pedophile video, but was present in the home when the taping occurred. So they taped her as well. Plaintiff Jane Doe was hurt and shocked that Haddish, someone she looked up to. This is the daughter, y'all. Remember, Jane Doe. Jane Doe was hurt and shocked that Haddish, someone she looked up to and thought loved her as a family member, could do something like this to her and her brother. Upon information and belief, Haddish would visit plaintiff Jane Doe's house and speak with her often. Haddish would call plaintiff Jane Doe for every birthday and every Christmas. Haddish would call and check up on Jane Doe when Haddish was filming movies. Similar to the manner in which Ghislaine Maxwell groomed young girls for Jeffrey Epstein, upon information and belief, Haddish made Jane Doe feel comfortable and special, but this was all a grooming tactic by Haddish to entice and coerce both children into filming sexually explicit and CP skits. Upon information and belief, Haddish and Spears took advantage and stole the youth of a 7-year-old and a 14-year-old child. I'm going to skip over this. I'm trying to find the part with they go into great detail about how the mom was affected. You guys see this here. She went through turmoil, lost her job, her sanity, broke out into hives constantly. Her hair began to fall out. She began to binge, eat, purging. which is basically developed into bulimia. I need to find this part. I have to find it at another time, but Aries, when he was speaking to the mom, and the mom called him and confronted him about the video, and they said that they said he made light of the video, and basically he was condescending with the mom, but he said Tiffany had the treatment for the video. She already knew what it was, and as a matter of fact, she went and got pictures of her close friends' kids, specifically boys under the age of 10 years old. And she brought those pictures back to him so that they could go through the pictures and pick the right child for that video. So that's what happened. That's what happened with that. Somebody's wife, I did, but I was trying to think of another word that I could use to try to pull it up. Most people that violate children are well known by family. No hands. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. So that's one of the things that whenever people say stuff about the family and why she allowed them to go with them or whatever. And to be honest with you, I mean, you have parents that, you know, do inappropriate things to their kids. So, I mean, again, you have to pray. You just have to pray for the kids that they are protected at the end of the day. And we have to get out of that mindset because, you know, we're a lot of times, especially as women, we're more hesitant to let our kids go with men. But you actually need to think about that with women too, because, you know, as women, we're not expecting another woman to violate or take advantage of our kids. But at the end of the day, I mean, we see what happened in this situation. So you just have to be mindful all the way around. Yeah, poetry motion paid the little boy and told him to act like he had a good time. They told him to go home and act like he had a good time. All that crying and stuff that he was doing, they told him to go home and act like he had a good time. You can do everything right in your child. That's true. Even us, I mean, we do everything to protect ourselves. We do everything to protect ourselves, but you never know what cards you're going to be dealt. So I think I don't know that she'll be doing any more work with Nickelodeon. I sure hope not. Actually, this is an interesting comment. Let me go back and find this one. Rhonda, there, we still trying to figure that out because that was a mess. That was a mess. That was a mess. Oh, this, where did that comment go? This. I'm glad we're able to have these conversations because back in the day, this was common and it was swept away. It was most definitely swept under the rug. We know what happens in this house stays in this house. What happens in this family stays in this family. You don't tell anybody our business. You don't tell anybody what we got going on in here. If you do, it's going to be a problem. Let me get my water. I'm sorry. It's going to be a problem. So that's most definitely, the conversations are very much needed. Thank you for providing this line by line information while Tiffany and Aries are exposed. This is unacceptable. You're welcome. You're welcome. It was, I don't know. It just bothers me. Funny how these comedians had so much to say about Will Smith. Exactly, somebody's wife. We spoke about that the other night as well. Exactly. Let me just clear this. You had so much anger about one adult man slapping another adult male. The anger was through the roof. It was gargantuan, right? And now you got this situation with these children. Now everything was brushed off. Whatever Chris said, it was comedy. Look over it. Will was in the wrong. They both comics to me. You both comedians. Whatever. Now we got this where some children have gone through some stuff or possibly have been hurt. And these adults that came out and said something about these two grown men that had their situation don't have anything to say about the video with this child that's in it. We saw a video with the slap. Now we saw a video with this 7-year-old boy. Somebody going to speak up and say something? Or is Tiffany exempt because she's still in? You know what I'm saying? People still back Tiffany. She's still in. Like if you're not in the in crowd, then they don't mind giving you the boot. But if you're still in that in crowd, if you're still part of that it crowd, then people, they get real quiet. They get really quiet. Queen Key said they don't want to be outed themselves. I think that may play a part in it too. That may play a part in it too. That may very well play a part in it too. But yes, it is awfully quiet. It is awfully quiet. We all believe she was that cute woman in Girls Trip. I would never thought all of this was in her everyday life. Like I said, I like Tiffany Haddish. And I said like. I want to make sure y'all hear that D on the end. And I just know I didn't expect this from her. But again, like I always say, I don't put anything past anybody. It was just something that I wasn't expecting from her. But you know what I'm saying? At this point, it is what it is. And she needs to be held accountable. Both of them they both need to be held accountable. So but we were taught to tell our mother. Now, Tirana, on that one, I wasn't taught that. I wasn't taught that. I was never taught. As a matter of fact, I never had any conversation. Nobody had any conversation with me, or my cousins that I know of, because me and one of my other cousin, like both of us, had, it was my cousin. I told you guys the story before. It's my first cousin, but it's her uncle. Like, he did something to both of us. We were never told, like, nobody told us what was wrong. And if somebody do this, then you go and tell. Like, nobody ever had that conversation with us for us to know that what they were doing to us was wrong. Like, you know something's not right because you don't like it, but nobody had that conversation with us. And that's why I think now that as adults, even though the conversations may be uncomfortable, I think we definitely need to know, because I definitely, I'm talking to nieces and nephews. Like, and I have to tell you that after what happened to me, like, I look at everybody. I see you with the child in your lap. I'm just looking. And maybe, that's a part of my trauma, but but I do think people need to have those conversations, though. I absolutely believe that people need to have those conversations, because it happens more often than not. It definitely happens more often than not. And a lot of people don't realize that they have been victimized until, you have, like, this young lady, you have, like, something that triggers one of those repressed memories, like what happened when the young lady saw Girls Trip. So it's some conversations that we need to have, but we need to be mindful that it's not just a conversation that we need to have with our girls. We need to have that conversation with our boys too, because they need to know that certain things that happen to them aren't appropriate. And a lot of times I think we overlook that. Like, we just want to make sure, we gotta talk to our boys too. We gotta make sure our boys are good too, because when it comes to somebody just doing some demonic stuff, nobody's exempt. Nobody's exempt. You don't expect a pastor, bishop, or minister, or any leader to do certain things to a child until someone speaks out or speaks up about what happened to them. Absolutely. Catch me out. Absolutely. 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 And that's what I'm saying when it's just hard. It's hard for a parent to protect their kids. And that's why in this particular situation, like, I'm not sitting up here saying anything about somebody's parents. What if your child is outside playing, and we've had, especially here in Atlanta, you got kids that have been catching stray bullets. I mean, are we going to blame the parent for that when their kid is outside doing what they usually do, and they feel safe in their neighborhood, in their yard? Like, we got to be careful about that. You do what you can to try to protect your family. You do what you can to try to protect yourself. But I would just put nothing past no one, because we are humans. We are human. And if one thing I say on this channel, to err is human. To err is human. As humans, we err in our ways. If there's one thing that we're going to do, we're going to err in our ways. If you don't believe nothing else about us, about yourself, about other humans, we will err in our ways. So that means we are subject to fail. We are subject to fail. So that's why you just don't put anything past anybody. Like, just got to pray for the babies, Lord. You pray for the babies. This is why an open communication between children and parents has to be a daily convo. Learn what they did that day, the positive and the negatives. Somebody's wife, you are absolutely right. And you also, you got to try not to beat them over the head when they're trying to be honest with you. You know what I mean? Because some parents, if a kid tells them, oh, well, I kissed the boy, or I did this, like, they don't want to hear it and they're jumping on them. But for me, yeah, as a therapist, I'm like, you might want to be thankful that your child feels comfortable even coming to you, telling you this stuff. That like that's a good thing. Don't ever like encourage them to not come to you and be honest with you. So if they coming to you and telling you something, that's something major. Because you got some kids, they're not telling their parents anything, like nothing. You're gonna have to find out on your own, or you will never find out at all. So Savannah Rivers, to this at this moment, I haven't heard that any charges have been filed or even that it's leaning in that direction. It was all about the civil case. I'm thinking that now that it has reached mainstream media, that it may end up going in another direction, because that's what typically happens. But at this particular time, I haven't seen anything that would suggest that it's going to be something that's actually criminal, even though we look at it and we like, nah, but yeah, it's criminal. It speaks to, even though we may say no, I be putting my paws on somebody, it speaks to this woman also, them seeing her as family and them not wanting to get her in trouble. Like that happens a lot, right? I think this actually goes to that. My thing is, once I see how you treat me and you handle me like this, I don't give two flips about you getting in trouble at that point, because clearly you don't care anything about me. Like you sitting here and just letting me go through all this stuff and you constantly lying and you just refuse to accept responsibility. At that point, no, I don't care about you getting in trouble. I do not care about you getting in trouble. My care went out the window a long time ago. That care went out the window a long time ago. I keep an open conversation with my kids. I want them to feel comfortable to tell me anything, because if they can't tell me, who can they tell? That's a word. Like, all jokes aside, that's a word. That is a word. That's a word. It's not about being your child's friend. It's about them feeling comfortable enough where, if they experience something new, they feel something new, they're comfortable enough to come and tell you. Like, that's a blessing. As a matter of fact, that's absolutely a blessing. Man, if no charges get filed, we as public can just stop paying to go see or watching Tiffany and Aries movies or comedy skits. You can't prevent everything, but if they can come to you, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm sitting here in the details. Shame on Tiffany Haddish and Aries. I've always loved them, but now it's all different. Whirly Bird, it's definitely it's something different. And that's one of the things I said the other night too. You have different situations and you got like people talking about videos or tapes that could possibly exist. And if somebody saw like a tape or a video or whatever, then they can speak on that. In this situation, I don't think, because they said it was out for a while. As long as none of us saw it, then Tiffany's attorneys can come out and say that it's bogus. This lady has mental health issues. They're putting some frivolous stuff out there. But once the video was made available for people to see, and once you see it with your own eyes, it makes you look at things differently. And like I said the other night, I don't know about you guys, but for the ones who actually did see it, I felt something the minute I saw Tiffany come down the stairs with that little boy on her hip, and he had on his little underwear, his little tidy whities, his whatever. I felt something at that very moment. Like, I didn't even know what the full context of the video was at that particular point. But when I saw that, I felt uncomfortable. Number one, because it wasn't her child. Number two, we know how a lot of people are out here now. We know that we do have some sick individuals out here. So to have somebody's child, shoot, you even got to be careful with your own child, like putting them out there in their underwear. Like, you have to be careful because there are some really sick people out here, period. Like, there are some sick individuals out here that get off on the simplest things that you would think is nothing. Like, a lot of people get off on that. So, but it definitely, it made me uncomfortable. It made me very uncomfortable. Why did the mother try to settle 8 years ago for 15? Why? Tao. We actually mentioned that. It's mentioned in the lawsuit as well. The mother basically suffered from what you would basically say on the street. We would say, let's just say, a mental breakdown. That is not a clinical phrase at all, but she basically suffered from like a mental breakdown when she found out what happened to her kids. And mentally, she wasn't in the place to be trying to handle anything legally. She was trying to get some type of remedy for what happened with her child, without the proper guidance, without the proper help. And that didn't go through. It ended up not going through. And that was just for Aries. That was just for Aries. That had nothing to do with Tiffany at that point. So mom she wasn't mentally capable of trying to handle that at that time. And they knew that, and they took advantage of it. So I think all this stuff is coming back on them at this point. You take advantage of people, you manipulate people, you do things in a malicious way. Eventually this stuff is going to come back to bite you. You can't think that at some point it's not going to come back. I mean, you can, but realistically, you should know better. You should know better. I remember when kids could play in the park unsupervised, not parks that filled with junkies and people who need a room. And that's one of the things I'm saying too. I know we stayed outside and played all day. Like, literally, we played all day. We were all over the place. And now it's just, thank you, Worley. Now it's you got to be more careful. Because, and it's not saying that those things weren't there before, because we've had perverted people out here for the longest. But now that we have social media and we have, all these outlets now to like get the word out, and people are speaking up more, we got to listen. So I think that's where we are now was two scenes. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna try to get a few more comments, and then we're gonna go ahead, because we are going on 4 hours. Yes, it was totally uncomfortable to watch. People defending them really lack morals. If this was a random dude doing this, he would be in jail. It should be no different when that person is famous. This is true. That's true. It's something to be said of someone to exploit someone so innocent. Right, you can't put a baby taking a bubble bath pickup. Yeah, we got some like bona fide perverts out there, y'all. You'd be surprised at some of the stuff that's out here that people get off on. Like, seriously, seriously. Absolutely no one has been defending them in these comments. And when she says to the little boy, do whatever Aries tells him to do. Yeah, I just... She wanted mental help for her kids. Right, Jonathan. Right. Yeah, Queen, she didn't get anything because it wasn't the contract, like it wasn't legally binding, because she didn't have the proper legal representation, because she was still, like I said, she had no business trying to, and she's their mom, so it is her right. But I wish somebody, and maybe she didn't even tell anybody else what was going on. I don't know. I wish somebody could have helped her at that time. And that's why I'm saying, like, right now, I really do hope that somebody steps in pro bono. I hope somebody steps in to help them. I really do hope somebody step in to help them. I'm going to believe that somebody's going to step in to help them. Some children who were molested, I think. She did say that some stuff happened to her while she was in foster care. She absolutely did. We're gonna do a different conversation on that. I'm gonna do a separate live on that, because we need to have that conversation. I saw it all. It was the most disgusting display of a skit I've ever seen. And they say it's a comedy / funny movie. I didn't see anything with a kiki, cackle, laugh, or snicker, plus very bad. Right. I think anyone can understand that if I ever found out my babies were violated in such a way, I'd need a 5150 immediately. Exactly. And it will be understood. Exactly. That's it. That's why I say focus on the behavior instead of finding other people to blame. It's not about blaming anybody else. The video is awful. I believe Tiffany is a product of her own abuse. I am sad she returned to alcohol and drugs after being canceled. Christian, the thing is, she's already turned to alcohol. There have been a couple of times where I know she got a DUI. She was like just binge drinking. She absolutely does not seem to handle stress well at all. So we're going to see how this turns out. And I'm hoping that she goes and definitely gets some help herself. I thought I heard her say before that she had seen a counselor before, had been seeing someone, getting some type of therapeutic treatment. I don't know. But if she's not, I'm hoping, because her and Aries, they got some stuff going on. They really have some stuff going on. So as a victim of childhood trauma, I still suffer after all these years. Savannah is something that you really learn to deal with. And that's what a lot of people don't get. It's not about getting over things. It's about learning how to deal, learning how to cope with those things. But you can look at your life, your day-to-day life. You can look at the relationships that you have with other people. You can look at the relationships that you have with your spouse, your significant other. Like, I'm starting to slow down, y'all. Your kids, whatever. Every relationship that you have with people, you can kind of see, if you sit back and just like reflect, you can kind of see how those relationships are affected by what may have happened to you in the past. It literally affects everything. So I have never sent my kids to no one. If I couldn't go, they wouldn't go. I didn't even allow relatives to watch them. That's good, Riri. That's good, because I can tell you I done been all over the place. The danger is more family and friends than strangers, it seems. It does come across that way. It absolutely comes across that way. Ty said it didn't feel like 4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours. Not 4, but 4. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't watched it, and don't just listen to it is enough. It is. It is. It'll definitely have you feeling some type of way. It would definitely have you feeling some type of way. Poetry, I agree with this. I definitely believe that they preyed on the moms. They manipulated the mom. You know what, Angel, I didn't even, and I can't. I didn't even notice that. I do remember him laying across the tub, but I didn't even pick up on that. Today's world is sadistic and sick. You got to move in different ways, especially with the kids. You have to teach them way earlier than how it used to be. Purge everywhere. This is true. This is true. There aren't too many places that you can go and they're not there. Somebody's wife, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. So glad someone spoke on this in depth. It's been heavily disturbing my spirit. I think that's kind of the consensus right now, Jesse, that it's something that is it's reaching the spirit. That's what's kind of, because it's like, how can anybody with a heart, you did the action, like you did that, like all the lying and manipulating the mom and just letting them go through all the, I mean, this has been 8 years. You've been allowing this, actually 9, because it started in 2013 with the daughter. So this is like, what's wrong? You got some sick stuff, and I know we use that demonic word, we throw it around a lot, but to me this is some demonic stuff. But I feel like we've been seeing a lot of demonic stuff lately. So this is so sad. Their careers need to be over. Tiffany writing children's books. Ain't no way. Burn every book she ever wrote and end this B plea. Oh, Aries is sick, but we already knew this. The boy was assaulted. They gave him happy face candy. You caught that, right? You caught that. They gave him happy face candy, and they gave him a drink to make him sleepy. They gave him a drink to make him sleepy and gave him happy face candy. Some folks are blaming Lizzo's camp. Someone Googled Aries Spears' name and it popped up as a complaint. They yeah, but that's what I was saying with the conspiracy stuff. My thing is, I think the stuff with him and Lizzo that happened recently, right? But someone actually called him out on this in 2018 and brought the video back, or made it, brought it to people's attention in 2018. That's how the mom found out. So this stuff has literally, it's been going on since 2018. I think that's just a coincidence and stuff with Lizzo, but I mean, it does make for a good conspiracy. But I didn't even let the father watch them alone. I knew as a parent not to ever leave young children alone. I just don't see how the mom just dropped her kids off. Is this why her show Kids Save the Day? I don't know. You know, I never watched it with her on it. I watched it. I forgot who the host was. I never saw it with her on it. But it could have been. That's something to think about. When did it stop airing? Because if it stopped airing anywhere around 2018 or after 2018, then it could have possibly had something to do with this coming out. Tiffany pled to grief where activity is considered a disability. She is a mess for this. I hope so. Tiffany lawyer is a specialist in SA cases. What's sad is Tiffany had a whole list of friends that she knew wouldn't care about their kids, so it could have happened to others if they hadn't picked them. That's interesting. What's sad is Tiffany had a whole list of friends that she knew wouldn't care about their kids, so it could have happened to others if they hadn't picked them. Well, she had a list of them. She according to Aries, she bought him a list of boys under the age of 10. This is 100% true. 100%. We all respond differently to things we experience in life. What may be true for one is not the gospel for the next. So absolutely. 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 Probably has happened to others that just haven't spoke out because no videos is proof. And this is a possibility too. And I'm wondering, y'all know how stuff work. A lot of times when stuff come out, especially stuff like this, then other people tend to come out. You start seeing a lot of people come out. I'm wondering if this is going to be the case. If this is going to be the case with this situation. Period. Point blank. Your name is right on that one. Point blank. Period. I don't like how the celeb friends get quiet. They are quiet. They are quiet. You know what? That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. I think the only thing with that, the mixer, is that you got so many fraudulent people around here that somebody go and put a page up and say that this for the kids, and y'all know how people do out here. We got scammers all over the place now. So yeah, she has said she was drinking in Greece for the last 5 days. Tiffany's statement was a little lame. She should have addressed the victims directly and apologized for about. Girl, hush your mouth and keep on talking. Exactly. Exactly. Come on through with it. Come through. Why aren't you addressing these people directly? This mother has been trying to work with you since she found out what was going on. I'm telling you, child, we talk. Oh, Lord have mercy. To me, this is entitlement. You feel like you are so superior. You are so high. You don't have to apologize to anybody. That's my thought. Like, who are you? You are a mere peasant. Why should I have to apologize to you for anything that I may have done? Who are you? Like, that's how I'm taking it. And I could be wrong. It has happened before several times. But that's just ooh. The quilt is creeping up with Tiffany, and it should. As a product of abuse, she knew better. I don't know if this should have anything to do with karma. Just because she did this doesn't make him a saint either. True story. True story. The body keeps score always. I saw the sick video and I can't get it out of my head, out of my mind. I'm sorry. It has sickened me to the core. I need therapy. I mean, it's disturbing. It's disturbing. Okay, so the other day somebody said that Tiffany was into Scientology. I don't know. And like I was saying, if that is true, and not to be judgmental of, Scientology, but that may help to explain some things. I don't know. I don't know. Um, oh really? You know, I rarely agree with what Pierre has to say because his stuff it tends to be one sided. I think a lot of times people they do stuff for shock value. And a lot of times I feel like some of his comments come across like that. Because it doesn't, some of the stuff, it doesn't even seem that he believes, like he's buying what he's selling, but you know. Honestly, I was over Tiffany when she brought chicken to some event. To be honest, I love chicken. Don't get me wrong. I would have had it in my purse or something. She, you know what Tiffany say? She ready. I hope she ready. That's all I can say. She ready. Absolutely. Prayers for the family and the victims. I'm praying for Tiffany and for Aries too, because Lord knows they need some prayer because something is going on. Something is going on. My kids play youth sports. Never did I let them spend the night at a coach's house or take them on the road unless I was present. Jeff Thomas, that's interesting too that you said that because that was a conversation that we had yesterday. I keep saying yesterday, it was Saturday. I never stayed at my coach's. Wait a minute. No, we did stay one time. I take that back. It was about 30 of us. But him taking me home or picking me up, even took me to college some weekends. Or if I needed a ride to come back home, he would bring me and my roommate back home. Even like with a coach, you have stuff that can happen. Like if somebody's playing sports or whatever, like you could have stuff that would happen in the locker room. We had some stuff happen at my school that I spoke on the other night. It's like even with you not letting them spend the night at people's houses and take those road trips and stuff like that. It's like you just have to pray for protection. You definitely have to pray for protection. Skit went wrong. Permanent shame, embarrassment. Yes, molestation. Can't say. Autumn Harvest, let me put this up here. Is it fair to say, or would you argue with the fact that Aries being a grown man and taking baby oil and rubbing it on someone else's child, you don't feel like that is a lewd act? Especially when it was done in a sexual manner? Him literally taking baby oil and rubbing it on someone else's 7-year-old boy in a sexual manner, you don't think that that's a lewd act? I mean, y'all tell me what you think. That serious question. The guy's name was David Spate. David Spate. No, not the comedian David Spat. David Spate. Let me take that back. Because I don't think it's that David Spate. let me not be on here lying now. Shay, they could say that, but the mom clearly said that she did not give them permission to do anything with her children that was of a sexually explicit nature. She did not give them permission to lay hands, to touch her children. And he had more than one scene in that video where he touched that little boy. He did that with the baby oil. He grabbed the little boy's leg when he was in the tub with no clothes on. He got in the tub with him and then grabbed the boy's arms and pulled him closer to him, a naked child in the tub. And then they made the little boy go and put baby oil on Aries. Now I'm going to ask again. Is there anybody that thinks that this is not lewd, or is there anybody that thinks that that's appropriate? Would you be okay? Would you be okay with somebody doing that to your child in a sexual manner? Because it's not a question of whether or not it was done in a sexual manner. That was the purpose of the video. So is that something that people would be okay with? This is interesting, Charles. This is interesting. It doesn't happen if it happened it doesn't matter if it happened in 2000. If someone violates you, can you really honestly put a time limit on somebody's pain? That's like someone being in the Vietnam War or going to war and they have PTSD and they're suffering with it years later. I mean, that's how that kind of works. I think we have to be careful about trying to put a time limit and saying, oh yeah, well that happened this amount of time. If it's something that truly happened, that's going to stick with that person for life. If it was something where somebody was violated, if it was something where there was some actual trauma that took place, that's something that sticks with them for life. They have to learn how to deal with it, but that's something that sticks with them for life. That's definitely something that sticks with them for life. So I don't consider me tripping I don't mind. I'm tripping. I trip, child. I'm a trip all over the place. I would trip all over the place. But yeah, no. Yeah. It doesn't matter when it happened. If that's somebody close to me, if that's my child, when I find out, it's on and popping from that point on. It's on and popping. It's on and popping. The Truth About Strangers on Amazon Kindle by Kamiko. Must read for parents, especially you. Hold on. Let me write that down. Thank you for that reference. Appreciate that. I will definitely check it out. According to the boy and the girl, it was only the kids there, Tiffany, Aries, and the cameraman, the David Spade guy. Autumn, this is kind of making me a little nervous. Honestly, this is making me a little nervous because I thought, and I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought I saw that you watched the video. So if you watch the video, there's no room to say that anybody has been coached. Just watching the video alone, I mean, it says it all. It says it all. I don't know in what world, I don't know where it would be okay for a grown man to be rubbing on somebody else's 7-year-old child in a sexual way. I don't know what would make that okay. I don't know what would make it okay for two grown adults to go without the parent being there. I don't know what would be okay about them stripping a child down to his underwear and then stripping him down naked and filming him. I don't know in what world. I take that back because in some other countries, people do stuff different. But in this country, I don't know where that would be. I don't know where that would be okay. So the coaching thing, anything is possible that they could have been coached on something else. But as far as what was shown on that video, and you understand that Aries himself said that he salvaged, that he took different clips. So my thing is, what else did you do on the clips that you took out? Now, we did see a certain level of coaching in this lawsuit, and that was them coaching the kids on what they need to do. And giving a child money and telling them to tell their mom that they had a good time, even though they were there crying and wanted to leave. That's coaching a child. Anything else, I think we get to the point where we're starting to come up with conspiracies and we're making a lot of assumptions instead of looking at what is actually there. And what is actually there, every bit of it was inappropriate. It was all inappropriate. P. Charles, go back and watch the replay of the video because the little boy said exactly what he thinks now and how he feels about what they did to him. It's I actually went over it twice in the video. His judgment stinks. Yeah, I saw it. Like I've never been a fan of his work. Never been a fan. He just he just never he just never sat well with me. Um, this was an invitation for Tiffany. Notice she blew up after she showed her commitment to the devil's industry. I'm sure others will come forward. The way the child was playing with this, the way the child was playing with this toy lets you know someone showed him how to do that. They told him exactly what to do. And then they slowed the footage down to make it look sexual. Like, say so. She a grown woman. She's a grown darn woman. Like, Nina, this is I'm not about the cancel culture, but I'm just waiting to see, and that's what I ask. Are they gonna be me too'd? Me too'd like other people? I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it yet. So I'm not a part of the cancel culture, but are they gonna be me too'd for these babies? I'm just asking. Um I guess that's something that is yet to be seen. Isn't it possible this was a very bad decision? Isn't it possible this was a very bad decision on their parts? Why are they being sued for grooming? I don't understand. They did not write this comedy skit right. Linda, according to the paperwork, this was Aries' work. So, and they did it at his house. So I don't know. But with them being the adults, then that's definitely they're gonna be held liable for this. And even Tiffany admitted that it wasn't comedy, it wasn't funny, and that she regrets taking part in it. But it's your house, bro. You did this in your house. Y'all took this. There was nobody there but the kids, Aries, Tiffany, and the cameraman. So and seeing Aries' other work, this is his work. This is his work. She did a joke on Def Comedy Jam about finding her friends' young sons attractive. See, in hindsight, you start to look at all that stuff, and now it makes you wonder, right? It makes you wonder. Tiffany Haddish tried to damage Sanaa Lathan's career with that rumor, but Tiffany wasn't telling her own. And that's how it happens, right? You never put your own stuff out there, but you'll for darn sure try to make somebody else look crazy. I think with her, if this is in reference to Tiffany, I think that her statement that she made on Instagram today, that she did admit a bit of guilt, because she actually said she regret participating in it. So, but I guess she couldn't deny it. You know what I mean? So I don't. I felt like that was something she felt she had to do, because now that people saw it and saw her face in it, like. Mm-hmm. Nina, go back and watch the video. I went through the court documents, 31 pages. I went through every single one of them, line by line. It's at the beginning of the video. And now what we're doing is basically just discussing what was in those documents. No, she didn't think it through. They took advantage of the lady, especially after they saw what they were going through. They felt like they could just get over. And surely they didn't expect the daughter to grow up and be like, you know what? I'm gonna do my own lawsuit. My mama might not have went through with it or whatever, but I'm gonna do it my darn self. Like, Orlando Brown been exposing how dirty Hollywood is. He ain't lying and he ain't crazy. These people been doing this for centuries. Better listen to what he has to say. Yes, anyone accused of this and could afford a lawyer would get one. Maybe he has not spoken up because it's an ongoing court case and his lawyer told him not to. Linda, that's quite possible. You might want to hush when you got a lawsuit, so that's true. Please read my book. I will come on your show and do Q&A after you read it. My book can help save children's lives. It's a must read. All right. She bought the little boy in with nothing but underwear. Somebody's wife. I don't know about this one. Yeah, I don't know if Kevin gonna come out on this one, because this one is a little deep right here. I think that he may have been one of the ones that might have gotten her ear and say, "Look, you better say something to these people." I don't know. With him having his daughter and his, his two sons and him already having his own scandals, I don't know if he's gonna, speak up loudly on this one, but we will see. We will definitely see. I read neither an apology or victim blaming in Tiffany's statement. She did, however, try to place blame on Spears by saying she regretted deciding to take part in the skit. When would they arrest both of them? That's a good question. The mom made Haddish and Spears write that skit, and Lord have mercy. I have a screen recording about her in Scientology in her contract. Andrew, send that to my email, please. I got the feeling that Pierre and the other guy talked to Aries Spears before taping the Comedy Hype show too, but the female spoke for that baby. That's good. I wonder if Beyonce would come out with a statement because of her friendship with her. I think these people gonna stay out the way with this, y'all. I think they're gonna stay out the way. Prayers for all involved, because hurt people. My child went with their coach to game, so I guess I'm a horrible parent. They don't get arrested because the cops decided not to press criminal charges. After me and my ex broke up, I never dated again. I wasn't bringing anyone around my child. People need to be careful with these kids. You do need to be careful. Right, mine went with the coach last week. Crucify me. Look what happened to the U.S. gymnastic team. The doc was the freak and everyone knew it but kept it a secret. Tiffany is not going to admit anything the correct way the public wants her to, because her legal counsel would not advise that. She can only say, "I'm sorry I participated in such a video for now." Miss Coco B, I agree with that. But then I went places with my coaches, but in this air, hell to the now with my children. I have more compassion than I do right now. The predator's pain ain't even on my radar. Needs to be an investigation. I wouldn't be surprised if family members and Aries family might also come out. You never know how this stuff is going to turn out. I know someone could have spoken up to let them know that this wasn't a good skit because it wasn't funny. It's too real to make a joke. You know what, Jerry? Say that one more time. Say that one more time. Even down to the devilish cameraman that was filming the darn thing. Like, bruh, you sure you really want to do this? This ain't a good look, bruh. You sure? I mean, somebody. But hey, somebody. My mom let her good friends take me and my siblings places all the time. That didn't make her a bad mom. People need to stop acting like they don't do that ever. Like I said, I'm the friend that be taking everybody kids, y'all. So I might be the bad auntie for taking them. I don't know. But I have everybody's kids. Just watched the video, and I must say that it's a little disturbing. My first thought was, whose idea was this? And the parents weren't there to sign off on this. Right. Reality Watch. They lied to Tiffany. Contacted the mom and told them that she had. Go back and watch the beginning of the video because it goes over it tells the story in great detail of how the kids ended up there. And it wasn't just the mom having a relationship with Tiffany. I mean, you see the kids and their statements, even the statement that the little boy made to the therapist, like, they thought that she loved them. They loved her. Like, they didn't expect that from her. So it wasn't just the mom thinking that she was okay or having bad judgment. They loved her as an auntie, the auntie that she was, portraying to be. That is criminal. Lord, y'all, this is crazy. This is crazy. Definitely crazy. I don't have time for self-righteous people. This is part of the problem. You got your opinions and I got mine. Of course, it's rude. Oh, we got a teacher. Let's see. Of course, it's rude. I'm a teacher and I'm suspicious of anyone who wants to spend more time with kids than they have to. There you go. What is your angle? What is your angle? I'm not gonna keep focusing on the thing with trusting people with your kids, but I'm gonna say this. Everybody's situation is different. And it's good that we do have some people that are able to be with their kids 24/7, but that's not the case for everybody. We got to be honest. That's not the case. Everybody cannot be with their kids 24/7. I mean, some people got to go to work. Some people have to go to work, and surely you're not taking your child with you to work. I mean, realistically, maybe you can do it now that we're on COVID time and you're working from home, but realistically, no, everybody's not in that place. But if you are, then that's definitely a good thing that you're able to be with your kids like that. But even at school, even sending your kids to school, unless you're able to sit with your kids in school all day, you have teachers, you have teachers assistants, you have principals, you have janitors, you have cafeteria workers, you have, resource officers. You have a lot of people in place that have play a lot of different roles. If your kid rides the bus, I said this the other day, you're putting your child on a bus with a stranger. And kids are often, your child may be the last one on the bus. I mean, there are different situations where your kids are left with people. And something can possibly happen. I would be careful with judging people when it comes to that, because you don't want to speak ill on someone else and end up speaking something into existence into your own life. That's just how I feel now. I can't speak for anybody else, but that's just me. That's just me. Let's see. That didn't even look like nobody's skit. Looked like some amateur mess shot. It was Goddess. It was absolutely shot in his house. That was some of his mess. It was some of his mess. Let's see. That's the question of the day right there. That's the question of the day. That's the question of the day. They can never justify anything without the mother consent because the child can't give consent. Exactly. Absolutely allude at. What wasn't filmed and what they chose to cut out since they were doing all of that editing. You know what I mean? Like, no one is trying to down talk any mothers here. Sorry, some of you feel that way. Right, Raquel. Right. Everybody's situation is different. Like, she didn't have her foot on everyone's neck that didn't agree. Okay, let me pause for a second because I need to do this really quick. Because Autumn, I'm sorry. Like on this channel, I do stuff a little bit different, and I'm gonna respectfully say this. I saw you bring Tirana's name up on here too. Tirana is a regular on the channel, and I know that if somebody doesn't agree, she can say whatever she got to say, and if somebody doesn't agree with her, she's gonna stand on whatever she's saying. She's gonna go about her business. She's not gonna do the back and forth. This comment right here, I honestly feel that this comment is completely disrespectful, and I do not tolerate disrespect on my channel. We're just not going to do that. We're not going to do that. If you are able to be with your child 24/7, then that is well and good. I'm going to say realistically, and I'm going to come from a therapeutic standpoint on this one. I understand when people say that, but if I'm going to keep it 100% real with you, there is no way on God green earth that anybody is with their child 24/7. That is simply not true. That's simply not true. I cannot sit here and let somebody come at anybody that's in my chat with some foolishness. Nobody is around their children 24/7. Now we can sit here and feed into it, and nobody is around their kids 24/7 unless you have a newborn baby that can stay home with you all day. Once that child becomes school aged and goes to school, unless you're homeschooling them 100% of the time and you work at home and you literally don't leave your house, and they go to the grocery, everywhere you go, even to the bathroom, they follow you into the bathroom. Because understand that even if you go into the bathroom and you leave them out in another room and they're not in that shower with you, then you are not watching them. You do not have your eyes on them 24/7. Let's not do that. We have to be honest. That's the thing. We get out here when stuff happens, we want people to feel bad about what they have going on, and we want a lot of these parents to feel bad. You do have parents that need to be called to the front. You definitely have parents that need to be called out. But just saying that people that cannot watch their kids 24/7 are bad parents, we are not going to do that. Number one, that's an overgeneralization that is completely bogus. That we're going to put that bogus word back out there. Yeah, we're not doing that. That's completely bogus. The second thing, Angel, you know what it is. We just gotta be realistic. We gotta be realistic, y'all. We gotta be realistic. If your kid is involved in activities unless you just got that time, you may be dropping your kid off to ballerina practice, you dropping them off to softball practice, baseball practice, football practice, cheerleading practice, basketball practice. Like it's so many different things, y'all. We gotta stop. In this particular situation, you have people that participated in some acts, allegedly. You put the blame where the blame goes. If the mom did something to her child, then you blame the mom for what she did to her child. But sitting here and going after people about not being around their kids 24/7 and letting other people be around their kids, in the real world, your family is around your kids unless you are ostracized. Your family is around your kids. Your kids have friends. You can't let's just stop that. That's my soapbox. Let me move on. Everything. Absolutely everything. Absolutely everything. Absolutely. Yeah, I didn't see the conversation that was going on in the chat. Yeah, we don't do that. We don't do that. I'm sorry. We don't. Yeah, they knew what they were doing with the song. They definitely knew what they were doing with the song. My prayers are with the family and victim. As for Haddish and Spears, they would need prayer if they go to jail. This was a special circumstance. You don't drop your kids off like it's daycare. Tiffany called herself illiterate and said she couldn't read in front of a listen. Kevin Hart was standing next to her. It's not okay, even someone touching me that I don't want. Hello. Hello. And that little boy said he didn't want to be touched. And if you guys go back and watch the beginning of the video, the boy said that Aries allegedly pulled out his erect penis, and the little boy started crying. That's where the crying started. That he pulled out they took his clothes off, and then Aries exposed his erect penis to the little boy, and the little boy started crying, allegedly. It absolutely does not make it any less valid. Shade Bubblegum, thanks. Thank you, lady. Thank you. What they did to these kids was sickening. And again, to blame the mother is even more sick. Keep your energy on the predators, Haddish and Spears. I agree. My parenting watches my kids and does not leave them. When did the kids tell their parents about it? The boy never told his mom until after she found out, because he was crying. I never saw where the boy told her what happened. He just was crying when they said he called his mom and was crying. And the mom was trying to find out, like right when it happened, the mom was trying to find out what went on, and they kept lying to her. They just kept lying to her. The daughter said that when the stuff happened to her, with the fellatio stuff, she was embarrassed, and she said she didn't tell her mom immediately either because she was embarrassed. And then she didn't realize the severity of it. She said until she was watching Girls Trip, and it basically triggered her. and it like unlocked one of those repressed memories that she had about what happened. And that's basically what set her off and got her, wanting to file this suit and actually go after them. This conversation got so deep, I ain't did a lick of work in about 3 hours. Get your work done, Bruce. Get your work done. Oh my goodness. You don't seem to be concerned about children when you keep having to know that you can't supervise your children 24/7. Mother should have been at the recording and known what the content was going to be. Okay. These are kids. They couldn't fight when he was 7, but now that the boy's 14, they can fight with assistance. Hallelujah. As a child, I spoke out because I was 15, so I support these kids fighting too. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's important that people remember that the mother has been trying to sue since she found out what happened in the skit. Was dismissed, and now the girl is an adult and she's suing. Exactly. Sarah, I ain't gonna put your comment on the screen, but I see it. And I see something about a 1, an 8, and a 7. So I ain't gonna put that on the screen, but I do acknowledge I do acknowledge that I see it. I'm taking my stand. This is wrong. Yes. You can tell the way the child was playing with this toy that someone showed him. Okay, I did that. Glue, best review to date, UK. Hey, what's going on in the UK? Hey. This video alone is a problem. You don't victimize a child and make a PSA skit about victimizing children. Say that one more time for the people in the back. You see these people that's behind me right now? Say that one more time. You don't victimize someone. Come on now. You know what? Yeah. Oh, really? Really? Just looked up Space. This is clearly in his character. I'm gonna have to do that. Jesse, I'm glad I'm gonna have to go and look. I gotta look him up too. Isn't that kidnapping if the child wanted to leave and was crying to go home? No child should be left alone while filming anything underage. Uh-oh. Yep, there is video. Miss Coco B, this is one of the things that bother me, especially when I read what the little boy told the therapist and him trying to convince himself that it wasn't his fault. Yeah, it was stated the little boy told their mom he don't like it, and he asked Tiff, and she asked Tiff and got the runaround, and Aries called the mom saying he was difficult, and it's deleted. Yeah. For those of you who did not see the video, y'all, I know this video is long, and I was supposed to get off at the 4-hour mark so I can get my butt up and go to work. But we went over all of the legal paperwork for this. We went over the actual lawsuit, and it was mentioned in there, Jolanda. So you're right. So you guys may want to go back and look over that part, because we went over everything line by line. That really made me think. I can only imagine how many takes. He was probably so upset and confused. Like, the video wasn't enough for people. Why would they need to lie about anything? I know that mom feels bad, but when you have minors, you don't leave them. You go with them. That's the reason why the little girl has custody of her brother. The mom neglected her kids. No, Riri, the little girl has custody right now because of the mental health condition of the mom. But I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't. If you can be there, Lord knows, be there. Be there. But the stuff that's going on with the mom, it's in detail earlier in the video. The stuff that's going on with the mom right now. And I feel like Tiffany and Aries are responsible for that as well. Dark humor can be executed without any children involved. Dave Chappelle did it about, and countless numbers of comedians made fun of him for decades. It was different. It definitely was different. It was different. So every parent that sends their kids to school and daycare needs to be condemned too. Who wants to support folk who would do something like this to children? Yeah, it's definitely this is different. This is different. Who supply the children for the inappropriate acts? They groom the children by teaching them what to do. According to the script reading and filmed in his home, Tiffany had picked the victims for them to groom. All illegal. Exactly. 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 At the end of the day, Tiffany for 7 years pushed her mother's concerns aside and could have potentially handled all this behind closed doors. She could have. She could have. But I'm kind of glad that it's been brought to the forefront, because if this is something, hopefully they didn't do this with anyone else's children. But I'm questioning that just by the mere fact that Aries alleged that Tiffany brought him pictures of some of her other friends' children. So I don't know. I'm feeling like some other stuff may come out. So it may be a good thing that it's been brought to the forefront. I just don't like the way that they left this mom, like, and these kids hanging there for all these years. And just didn't feel like they needed to take care of them. Now, if you guys were here earlier for the reading of the actual lawsuit part, you see where the mom, like, she was in a bind after she had like that break. And she actually had to borrow money from Tiffany. She had to get a loan from Tiffany. And I'm sitting up here saying, after you did this stuff with her kids and this damage that you caused, like, why would you even give her a loan? Like, you should be helping her out anyway. Now, Tiffany, according to the daughter, Tiffany wouldn't let the mom give her the money back. She wouldn't accept the money, but they wanted to make that clear that the mom tried to give the money back once she got back on her feet. They didn't care about the kids. They kept about video up as long as it was getting views. I'm right, EH. If that website wouldn't have been contacted about that video, and had they not taken that video down, that video would still be there. I agree with that. Absolutely. That right there. Yeah. She most definitely manipulated that mom. Oh, here it is right here. Tiff took advantage because their mom reminded her of her mom. Nobody said a person can be around their child 24/7, but we can sure control who we bring to our close circles 100%. Absolutely. That's true. Oh, Lord, I hope not. Tiff was trying to get a check and didn't care who got hurt to get it, okay. Buddy just said, yeah, it was, Jesus, it was some sick stuff going on. Definitely some sick stuff going on. Before this blew up, Tiffany said she paid off her house so she won't ever be homeless again. Seems like she is preparing herself. Well, you know what, Dorothy, she might be, but one thing's for sure and two things for certain. You might pay off that house, but you still got to pay those taxes. You still have to pay off those taxes. So we on the same page. Look at there. We on the same page. You paid off that house, but sister girl, it ain't over. I put my email in the chat. Hold on one second. I know it's bad. I don't know my email address. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, it's in the chat. This is probably humiliation/control footage recorded at the beginning of their careers to keep them in line by their handlers. Aries pissed off the whole Aries pissed off the woke police and they released the files. Oh, Jesse, I'm sorry. I might have to watch some puppies too, child. I'm gonna have to watch one of those sleep videos. I told my mom she couldn't go. I personally wouldn't be having it. But that woman trusted Tiffany as a friend. You're kind of weird blaming the mom and not the actual violators. Off topic, but that artwork is beautiful. Can't wait to see all I can learn and hear your opinion. Oh, thank you, Shay. Thank you. Angela, I just put it in there. I'm behind with these comments, y'all. I'm trying to get caught up. I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on. I'm trying to get caught back up. Now this right here. Now we're assuming, but is that the happy face candy that they gave that baby? They gave him something to drink that made him sleepy, and they gave him some happy face candy, allegedly. Allegedly. Let's see, Newbie did a video today on Tiff, owner of Nick, and the Chunky McCarthy chick got video looking inappropriate with the little melanin girl. In Florida, the other day, school bus assistant just physically abused a child. They are alleging a lot. All of the charges, the actual paperwork from the lawsuit, 31 pages, is at the beginning of the video. I can give you a quick read. I'm not going to read this whole thing, y'all. I'm just going over these charges. Allegations. Intentional infliction of emotional distress is the first one. The second one is gross negligence. The third one is negligent supervision / failure to warn. The fourth is breach of fiduciary duty. The fifth is constructive fraud. The sixth is sexual battery. Number 7 is sexual harassment. And number 8 is sexual abuse of a minor. Those are the 8 allegations that they're making against them. They got some explaining to do, Kiwi. They got some explaining to do. They really do. They really do. Jay, that's the thing right there. That's it right there. So they didn't think for one dang minute that this will resurface, especially something disgusting as such. You play with fire, you will get burned. That's the thing. That's why I say you got people that get in certain places and they feel like, you know, it's one of those, who gonna check me, boo? You know, like who gonna say something to me? This little woman, like, who cares that I did this to this woman's daughter? You know what I mean? So it's, you ask who gonna check you? Well, the daughter and the son, they're the ones that are checking you. Oh Lord. If they gave drugs to the kid that was well thought out, they need jail time. Tirana, you know, because that's some bouffale right there. That's some bouffale. Right. I'm Angel, I'm sorry. Angel, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I'm trying to get to these comments, y'all. I am so sorry. Jerry, right. That's what we were talking about earlier too. You definitely have to have these talks. You have to have these conversations with your kids. And don't be worried. You know, you listen. You rather your kids get offended by you having a conversation with them than to have to, you know, deal with something like this coming up later because they didn't feel comfortable telling you, you know? So just All we can do is educate our kids about bad touching. Make sure who you let in your circle, and make sure they know you are a safe place to tell you anything bad that's happening to them. I'm Missy Misfit. Absolutely. 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 Y'all got to stop trying to bait these monsters out and start holding them accountable for what we're seeing. Jeanette McCurdy wrote a book called I Am Glad My Mother Died. It was about the child entertainment industry and stage moms. Okay. Yes, it was disgusting. It absolutely was. It absolutely was. It was. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome. 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 This situation deserves protest. Save our children. Can't imagine what must have went on in the sister's video. That one was scrubbed from the internet apparently. What were they trying to get her to do with that training? He told his mom at their home. He cried, said he didn't like going to that house and didn't want to go back. She called, asked what happened, and for footage, got the runaround and ignored that. So sad. Tirana, it was said in the lawsuit that they filmed the daughter that day as well. And then they took the daughter out of the video, but they said that they filmed the daughter that day as well. So we don't know. Apparently, it had to do with the fellatio stuff. EH at the moment, well, last I heard, the daughter is acting as her own representative because they can't afford adequate counsel. That's why I'm hoping that somebody sees this, an attorney sees this, and they are willing to take the case on pro bono to help these young ones out. Everything isn't about money. It shouldn't be anyway. He definitely should have made better choices. Both of them. Both of them. Both of them. We should be protesting in these streets of Hollywood to protect these children from these freaks. I think it's time. I think it's time. No, they didn't say PSA on the video, but they put at the end, they put like a little PSA. That is the public service announcement on the end. It says, like, watch who you leave your children. Hold on, I'll give you that word another. It says, watch who you leave your kids with. That's the little box they put at the end of the video. So that was a little public service announcement that they made. So it y'all, please go back and look at the beginning of the video and look at what the little boy, I'm saying little boy, even though he's 15 now, but look at what he said to his therapist about the situation. Because that broke my heart. That really broke my heart. Yeah, Todd, they tried, but you are right. It was in very poor taste. They did. Child. Okay, I'm getting down. Okay. The mom ended up losing her mind, sadly. It's crazy to me how people with power can swoop in and completely use and destroy a family just for a sick joke. Amen. Amen. And the thing is, as long as you let it go on, it's going to continue to happen. So that's why I'm glad these young people are standing up for themselves, especially in this situation. And people are going to try to make them look bad. Like I said, I heard that there's a blogger that's close to Tiffany that's supposed to be going out and like exposing their real names and stuff like that. Like, why are you doing? Why would you even want to do that? What's the point? What's the purpose of that? We just get caught up in the wrong things, and it's been happening like that for a while now. You put this at the end, but you are the ones that people have to worry about. You guys are the ones that the mom should have been concerned about. You guys are the ones that other people need to make sure they don't leave their kids around. Life is good. I read your comment, but I can't put that up because I can't promote that. But I read your comment. It's a triggering tape, and I believe producers had to tape to blackmail both of them a while ago. It doesn't make Aries or Tiffany right. It was sad that Tiffany was in Greece for Jason Lee's birthday. Nina, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. I'm gonna keep on. If nobody else got it, we're gonna keep on moving with that. Yeah, we say get the cameraman too. Definitely get the cameraman. The mother signed the legal document giving consent to do the sketch, and again, no one was molested. Now I am mad at Tiffany and Aries for having children in the sketch, but nobody got molested. I mean, you don't think so? Oh my God, we on fire. Yo, I got to get my butt up and go to work. Okay. Tiffany befriended someone and preyed on her children. This is why you don't trust easily. Trust God, not man. We'll definitely go with that. Trust God, not man. Bad luck leaving the country. Seems like she ran and innocent people don't run. It's not just the act, but also deceiving the mom too. I don't think Tiffany's in her right mind at all. Yeah, there's some questions there. There are definitely some questions there. Right, money is relevant so the kids can afford therapy. At this point, they have been paying for this stuff out of pocket, so it's not going to solve what happened. But to be honest with you, I mean, if we're going to keep it 100 now, somebody going to jail doesn't solve. It doesn't necessarily heal what you've been through. It may make you feel better knowing that they have been punished, but it doesn't necessarily heal a person. So what are people mad at? Really, the fact it was actual children in it, or just joking about children? Children, because they shouldn't have. That man shouldn't have been putting his hands on that child in a sexual manner. I don't care what kind of skit they're doing. Okay. Right. No honorable person would find that sketch funny. I honestly think for some of the people that are just coming in, if you actually go back and read the paperwork from the lawsuit and see the 7-year-old, now 15-year old, if you hear his side, how he felt when it happened and how he feels now, I think hopefully that will help some people put some things in context. Hopefully. Simplest explanation is the easiest. They are sick. And that's about it. No hit, woke, police. Sometimes people are just sick, and I know that's hard to accept, but it's just some bad people. I agree. I agree. I think this guy made a joke about that topic, but not this. And I'm like, that's funny. I'm like, that's not cool for real. I checked them. Violated, be specific. Did they get molested? Once he took that baby oil, hold that thought. Because I'm one of those people. I teach a lot too, so I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So let's do this really quick. Ahmed, let's do this really quick, and then you can give me your thoughts on it. So let's look at this. Molestation. Sexual assault or abuse of a person, especially a woman or child. The action of pestering or harassing someone in an aggressive or persistent manner. Let's go and get another one. The crime of sexual acts with children up to the age of 18, including touching of private parts, exposure of genitalia, taking of graphic pictures, inducement of sexual acts with the molester with other children, and variations of these acts of pedos. Molestation also applies to incest by a relative with a minor family member and any unwanted sexual acts with adults, short of any unwanted sexual acts with adults. So with that being said, then my answer would be yes, he was molested. What say you? Yeah. Ooh, Lord have mercy. New sub. Now I can't believe I was never recommended. I would be bringing it. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. 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 The fact that we have a camera zooming in. The fact that we have a camera zooming in on a child's private parts. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Howard. Thank you. 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 My. Really weird of them to act in this tasteless comedy skit. Nothing, it wasn't. I'm still, I gotta find it. I looked for the humor. I searched all over. Couldn't find nobody. I searched high and low. I still couldn't find nobody. Couldn't find no humor. Couldn't find no humor. Couldn't find no humor in that. Okay, I couldn't find it. Okay, this is interesting. Sexual abuse in what manner? See, because it sounds like molestation. Listen, I watched it in 2015. I cringed at it and knew he was playing with fire, but did she molest them? Saw it before all you. I would say yes. I would say yes. If a child were to come and see me, or a parent or whatever, they came and this story was told to me, I would report it. I would have reported it. The thing that this boy said earlier, this 15-year-old boy, if he came in my office and said that to me, I would definitely report it. Every bit of it. If I saw that, yeah, I would report it. I would definitely report it. Shay, she was the first person that touched him. She actually carried him down the stairs in his underwear. So she was the first one that actually had hands on him. But as far as the sexualized stuff, that was all Aries. But she carried him down the stairs with no clothes on. Angel girl, I got too many apps on this. Oh, here we go. To the person that sent me that email, you are very welcome. And my plan is to make sure that I get this one right. So you are very welcome. You are very welcome. We got your back. And the only people who knew what they was doing was Tiffany and Aries and the cameraman, right? Shay. This is good. It sounds weird, but Law and Order SVU really helped me with convos with my daughter. I know it's a show, but it's really informative. Hey, whatever helps you have that conversation with your children, it doesn't matter. Like, if it gives you the right words, the right verbiage, if it helps set the tone for you to have those conversations, look, it's not weird. It is not weird. At this point, it's like whatever works. Seriously, whatever works. Missy, you making a good girl. You better go on now. You own it over here. Miss Maxwell didn't SA anyone, but she delivered the victims, groomed them, and led them to slot. Yeah. True story. True story. True story. I just said I cringed when I saw it. Knew he was playing with fire. I have said that. Saw it in 2015 Molestation. It's what's being insinuated. I honestly, you just can't put your hands on people's kids like that. So if a child feels like you put your hands on them like that and that they've been violated, then it's going to be up to you to try to prove, well, it's not really up to you to prove it, but I mean, you're kind of left holding the ball, especially when there's video of you rubbing oil on somebody's child. I met several people still have the full original footage with both children being you, and that's going to be. I really think some other stuff is going to come out. That's interesting. Absolutely, it may be some other stuff floating around there. Bronx, Spitters. It's on this video. It's on this video. When I get off here, I'm getting off here, y'all. Just rewind, take this video back to the beginning, and it goes over the conversation line by line. It goes over the whole lawsuit, but the conversation that he had, or the statement that he made to the therapist about what happened to him and how how Aries did gay things to him and tried to turn him or make him gay. And he was very detailed. He was very detailed in what he had to say. And he was very detailed. If he is the lawyer known for that kind of thing, it's at the bloggers who need to cancel them. Can someone tell me how Tiffany been Justin from? Y'all, I'm not trying to put that man's name out here because I don't want him trying to come for me with no foolishness. So I'm just going to keep on scrolling. I'm reading your comments. Okay. But humility, control, or not, it's wrong what they did in the video. Just imagine walking in on this, and it is your child. They lied about what they were doing as well. It's crazy. Yeah. To the people questioning if these kids were violated, these kids have the right to feel how they feel. Put yourself in their shoes and ask if you think that would be okay. That's going to follow them. Absolutely. Absolutely. I had an uncle touch me over 30 years ago, and I have never forgotten. I mean, that's real. Like I was saying before, you don't. There's no time frame on your healing. There's no time frame on that. This was definitely a molestation. They will never forget this. This will be a lifelong pain, like daily. I agree, Riri. I agree. Aries forced the child undressed. That's a charge. He sat in the tub. Give me no, somebody's wife. That's what I do. That's what I do on here to kind of make sure we all on the on, on the same page. That's too funny. That's too funny. All right, y'all. A minor can't even get a professional massage without the parents' consent. Nina, let me tell you this, and I'm sorry that this is stirring up something for you, and I'm sorry for what happened to you. I can tell you this. I don't know you, but we have all been through something that we've all dealt with something. And I would just say, try to find a way to handle your situation and not let your situation handle you, if that makes sense. Try to find a way to handle your situation, whatever that is, whatever that hurt is, whatever that pain is. Try to find a way to handle it and not let it handle you. And it's okay to feel, it's okay. It's okay. But just know that you are not alone. Even in this chat, we've had some people say that they have been through some things. So know that you are not alone. You are not alone. You just have to, we learn how to deal. That's what we do. And you'll be all right. We all gonna be okay. These babies are gonna be okay. They're gonna be good. They are gonna be all right. I really think that the two of them are into something even deeper than we know. They may be, y'all. What's going on, Mano? What is going on? What's going on? What's going on? Right, Missy. Bump last call for alcohol. Mano, you know I will let you come on, but the way my checking and my savings account is set up, I got to check it and save it. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys tonight. And into this early morning. I'm hoping that that we all got something out of this, and for the people that have been through something or maybe going through something, that hopefully this touches something and is able to give you some type of healing, something, or give you a way to even start addressing some of the things that may be going on. If you haven't been through something and you have kids, you have nieces, you have nephews, hopefully this conversation will open up some type of door, or give you some type of avenue to start having some conversations, some much needed conversations, just to let these kids know, if anybody does anything to you that feels uncomfortable, and they need to understand that just because if something's happening to them, just because someone is not being violent with them, that still doesn't mean that it's right. I think that's one of the things that really needs to be impressed upon. Like, just because someone isn't slapping or punching you, that still doesn't mean that what they're doing to you is right. If it doesn't feel comfortable to you, then it's not okay. If it makes you feel uncomfortable in any way, then it's not okay. They need to let you know what's going on. And I really think that that's something that the kids, like, they really need to know, because a lot of times they see movies and, they see things on TV, and they always see things happening and the person is being physically hurt, like hurt violently. It's a violent act. And a lot of times when stuff happens with younger kids, that's why a lot of people are able to get away with it, because it's not violent. It may be harmful, it may be hurtful to the child, but it's not violent. And that's how people that are close to them are able to get away with doing things like that, because they don't realize that what the person is doing to them is wrong. That person may do stuff to them and then, take them to get something to eat, go get them something from McDonald's, go get them something that they want. It doesn't have to be, if you tell, I'm going to threaten you, I'm going to hurt your mom, I'm going to hurt your dad. It's not always like that. And I think that's one of the things that these kids really need to understand, that it's not always what they see on TV. If it does not feel comfortable to you, even if your child tells you that they don't feel comfortable around somebody, pay attention. Even if they don't tell you, but if you witness it yourself, that your child, your niece, anybody's child, if you see that they don't feel comfortable around an adult, it's just something to take note of. It's not, you don't have to go swooping in and doing all this extra stuff, but just take note, because children are smarter than we think. And even though they may not know what to call it, a lot of times when children get bad vibes off people, there's a reason for it. So we can't ignore that, especially when we're dealing with smaller kids. An older kid can tell you, yeah, I don't like them. I just don't like them. But when you have a smaller person, when you have a smaller child, and they're telling you, I don't want to go back over there anymore, you better for darn sure better be asking why. And the reason may not make it, like, I don't like them. Why? Listen to what they're saying. Even if they just, the person, they may just feel like the person treats them bad. Maybe they don't treat them the same way when you're there. Maybe they're a different person. We've seen that before. Like, we got to have these conversations, but more than anything, just letting these kids know, just letting them know that it's not something that's always a violent thing. And again, oftentimes when it's somebody that is close to you, that's usually not the case. It's usually not the case. They just know that young child doesn't know. They're too young to know. They're too young to understand. So, yeah. And yes, kids do have great discernment. That's a gift that we have definitely all been given. And please don't ignore your kids when they utilize that gift. Yeah. Lucky, but you ain't giving me no attention while you up. Like, man, no, you need to stop. Oh my gosh. Y'all. I always listen to validate my child when she didn't like somebody. even family. Absolutely. We got to listen, y'all. We definitely have to listen. Children can be treated too, especially if they are being treated good most of the time. That's how it usually works. That's how people are usually able to get over on kids, y'all. It happens with grown folks too. We are not exempt. I mean, that's how a lot of physical and abuse takes place. That's how a lot of emotional abuse takes place. You know, stuff happens and then people come back and they give us flowers. We're not going to even get into that because that's a whole other conversation. But I appreciate you guys tuning in. I appreciate you guys giving your feedback. If you called in, I think that was oh shoot, I can't remember his name. Bruce, thank you. I think no, not Bruce. Was that Bruce? Bruce, was that you that called in? We had somebody that called in. It was so thank you. Thank you. I mean, I don't know who that's toward, but I don't have any problem with you expressing yourself as long as you are being respectful. So continue on. Thank you, and you are appreciated. Awesome information, commentary, bringing awareness, and speaking about those two young people that have been violated and exploited. All right, y'all. Again, I hope you got something out of it. Share, talk to your kids, talk to them. Shoot, if you're a teacher, talk to these kids. Let them know. Like, run if they a snitch. Okay, snitch. They say snitches get stitches. Look, you're gonna have to give me snitches because I'm telling on you. You touch me again, I'm telling on you. Now that I know, I'm telling on you. So, oh, that wasn't true. I cannot remember the guy's name. I cannot remember his name, y'all. I'm so sorry. We teach them to ignore their instincts when the ish hit the fan. Then we tell the kids everything is okay. I hate when parents. We definitely need to tell them to trust their instincts. You know, sometimes we could be a little bit off, but you'd rather be off than be sorry. It's better to be cautious, okay? And with that being said, you guys have a wonderful night. Again, I thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you got something out of it. If you haven't already, please hit that like button. Go back, please watch the video. Look at the paperwork. Just Jay, thank you. Definitely catch that replay. Go back and look at that paperwork. And we'll come back and we'll revisit some of this stuff because this video is literally going on 6 hours. So we'll come back and we'll revisit some of this stuff. And maybe what I'll do, just for the people that want to go back and watch the replay, I may break the video down so it's not so long, so that you won't have to watch all this footage that went along with the video. So appreciate y'all. All right, man. No, Eric B. Hey, how y'all doing? How you doing? Ahmed, first time on here. All right, guys. You have a blessed one. Hopefully I will catch you guys again later. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. And I will see you guys. I'm going to bed, man. No, I promise. I promise I'm going to bed. I will see you guys next time. Again, have those conversations. Don't be afraid to have those conversations. And it's not just about the kids' intuition. If something doesn't feel right to you, then trust your instinct. Let's not forget about your own intuition. Please don't forget about that. So, again, you guys have a blessed one. And I'll see you guys next time. Deuces.